Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Impossible Stairwell, a maze beneath the garage. It was the kind of evening where the air felt too thick, like the city itself was holding its breath, a humid, slow kind of stillness that clings to your skin. I pulled my car into a spot on the third level, right near the stairwell exit. The paint on the lines was still vibrant, almost glossy, and the concrete smelled faintly of fresh cement and something else I couldn't place. Maybe the faint chemical tang of sealant, or the ghost of old motor oil. It lingered in the air, mixing with the faint buzz of fluorescent lights overhead. Those lights, some flickering, others steady, cast a sickly, pale glow that felt less reassuring the longer I looked at it. I shut the door, grabbed my bag, and made my way toward the stairwell, my footsteps echoing against the bare walls. The place was eerily quiet except for the occasional hum and the faint drip of water somewhere far off. I glanced at the stairwell's metal door, its surface cold and rough beneath my fingertips. The building's blueprints had shown this new section differently: wider stairwells, open spaces, clear signage. None of that was here. I paused, pulling out my phone to double-check the digital plans. The app's interface was clunky, but I figured it'd confirm what I already suspected. The stairwell I was facing wasn't where it was supposed to be. At least, not according to the layout on my screen. The floors didn't align. The corridors twisted oddly, and some parts seemed missing. I shook my head. Probably a glitch in the app. That's what I told myself. But the air suddenly felt colder. Not cold like winter, but that kind of sterile chill you get in places designed for function, not comfort. I stepped inside the stairwell. The walls were painted a dull gray, rough plaster that scraped at my fingertips when I brushed along them. I took a deep breath. The faint scent of damp concrete wrapped around me. Something about that smell always made me uneasy, like a basement you shouldn't be in. The steps creaked faintly under my weight. I'd been here before, but this felt different. Smaller. Claustrophobic. I reached the landing and pushed the door open. It led to a corridor, but not the one I expected. Instead of heading toward the garage exit, the hallway stretched out, narrow and unwelcoming. Flickering lights overhead cast uneven shadows. I felt a wave of dizziness, the walls seeming to press in closer than they should. I checked my phone again, scrolling through the building's plans. The corridor in front of me didn't exist on the map. The app showed a blank space where I stood. A storage room? Maintenance area? None of the labels matched what I could see. I walked forward, the echo of my steps bouncing off the walls. The air tasted stale, dry, like a room left shut for too long. I heard something then, a soft scraping sound, like a chair being dragged across a floor. It stopped abruptly, replaced by silence. I stopped walking. Held my breath. Nothing. I told myself it was just the building settling, or maybe a janitor finishing up for the night. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned to head back to the stairwell, but the door I'd just come through was gone. At least, the wall where it should have been was solid concrete. No door frame, no handle, nothing. My stomach clenched. I stepped back, trying to find any other exit. The hallway bent left, then right, then left again. It felt like a maze. Every corner looked the same: flickering lights, damp walls, that ever-present smell of concrete and something metallic beneath it. I tried calling out. Hello? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the space. No response. I pulled out my phone again, trying to get a signal. The screen blinked, searching. Nothing. No bars. The phone felt heavier in my hand, the cold seeping through the case. Minutes passed, or maybe hours, I wasn't sure. Time lost meaning. Every turn I took brought me back to the same spot, a seam in the wall, a scuffed patch on the floor, a flickering light above a cracked ceiling tile. I rubbed my temples. This wasn't right. Buildings don't loop like this. Stairwells don't lead you back to the same place if you're going down. I sat on the cold floor, back against the wall. The rough plaster scraped against my jacket. I could taste the metallic tang of anxiety in my mouth, bitter and sharp. I tried to calm myself. Maybe the expansion had been rushed, the blueprints outdated, or the app was wrong. Maybe the building was just quirky. But then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing somewhere down the corridor. Not mine. Not the scraping sound from before. This was heavier, steady. Someone else was here. I stood up too fast, my knees protesting. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I whispered, "Hello?" My voice cracked. No answer. I wanted to run, but the corridor stretched endlessly, and the flickering lights made every shadow look like it was moving. I realized then that the biggest mistake was parking near the stairwell. I wanted to tell myself I was imagining things, that I'd get out if I kept calm. But the building had other plans, and I was already lost inside it. A cold breath brushed past my ear, and I spun around sharply. I spun, the cold breath brushing past my ear like a whispered warning. "Hello?" I tried again, voice low, steady this time. No answer. Only that distant, irregular drip of water somewhere farther down the corridor. The footsteps had stopped, but their echo lingered in my ears, like a heartbeat just outside reach. I backed away from the wall, my fingers grazing the rough surface, the plaster gritty and cold beneath my sleeve. I needed to figure out what I was dealing with. This wasn't just a broken stairwell or a misprinted blueprint. The place was a trap. A maze. And someone else was here. That someone. I turned toward the stairwell again, blinking against the flickering light. It looked the same as before, except now the fluorescent tube overhead flickered faster, casting long, jittery shadows that danced along the concrete. The silence thickened, pressing against my ears. I could taste it, bitter and sharp, like iron. I took a deep breath and stepped in. The stairs were cold, the metal handrail sticky with dust and some unknown residue. I counted the steps as I climbed, hoping for some pattern, something familiar. 25 steps. Then a landing. The same cracked blue paint on the walls, the same peeling signs pointing exit with item that didn't seem to lead anywhere. I tried the door at the landing. Locked. Not just locked, sealed shut, as if welded in place. My knuckles rapped against the metal, a hollow, echoing thump that seemed to mock me. I leaned my forehead against the cold surface, the roughness pressing into my skin. I could hear my breathing, ragged and uneven, the rapid pounding of my heart filling the silence. I pulled out my phone, the screen glowing weakly in the dim light. No signal. The little Wi-Fi icon flickered off and on, useless. I opened the building's app again, fingers trembling. The map showed a single stairwell, a straight path to the exit. But I knew better now. The floors didn't match the app. The stairwell didn't lead out. It circled back, endlessly. I needed help. I needed proof. I decided to explore systematically, marking my path. I tore a strip from my jacket sleeve and tied it around the handrail. Step by step, floor by floor. If I reached the same spot again, I'd know for sure I was trapped. The stairs spiraled downward, this time 20 steps, then another landing. A faint hum filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, low and mechanical, like the distant purring of a generator. I paused, the sound vibrating through the concrete beneath my feet. A shiver crawled up my spine. Ahead, a door creaked open just a crack. Not enough to see through, but enough to let a sliver of cold air escape. I held my breath, edging closer. The door was old, metal, rusted at the edges. I pressed my ear to it. Silence. Then, a soft shuffle from inside. Not loud, but deliberate. I stepped back, heart pounding in my throat. Whoever was in there knew I was nearby. The thought tightened my chest, made my hands clammy. I wasn't alone. I'd been right all along. I moved on, circling the stairwell again, watching for anything out of place. The handrail ribbons marked my progress, but after what felt like an hour, I found myself back at the first landing. The same sealed door. The same flickering light above. Panic crept in, cold and sharp. My throat tightened, breath catching. I sank down on the concrete floor, back against the wall, head spinning. I ran my fingers over the rough plaster, trying to anchor myself. Why was this happening? Who would design a space like this? And more importantly, who was waiting inside? I thought about calling someone, but my phone was worthless in here. No signal, no service. I tried again, tapping the screen, but nothing. The app showed the same simple, linear layout. A lie. A trap. I closed my eyes for a moment, willing myself to stay calm. But the silence was suffocating, broken only by the distant drip and the occasional buzz of faulty lights. I felt watched. A scratching noise started somewhere above me. Soft, slow, like fingernails against concrete. I looked up, heart hammering, but saw nothing. Just the dark ceiling, pipes coiling overhead like veins. I stood abruptly, knocking my head against the low ceiling beam. Sharp pain bloomed across my forehead. I rubbed it, tasting blood, coppery and warm. Great. I forced myself to move, retracing the stairs upward this time. Each floor looked identical to the last, same peeling paint, same flickering bulbs, same sealed doors. The ribbons on the handrails caught in my peripheral vision, a twisted breadcrumb trail. At what point did this become a prison? I snapped a photo of the stairwell door with the crack, hoping to show someone later. Maybe security, maybe the building manager. I had to find answers. I had to prove this wasn't just a glitch. Back on the landing again, I noticed a small piece of paper stuck under the door's edge. My fingers trembled as I pulled it free. The paper was yellowed, edges curled, and scrawled with messy handwriting. Don't trust the map. No signature. I stared at the note, the words sinking in. Someone else had been here. Someone else knew. A creak echoed behind me. I whipped around. A man stood in the shadows, leaning against the far wall. His clothes were rumpled, eyes sharp and tired. He looked as lost as I felt, but there was something else, a flicker of calculation in his gaze. "Hey," I said, voice cautious. He didn't move at first. Then, slowly, he stepped forward, hands raised slightly, palms open. "You're stuck too," he said quietly. "Yeah," I replied, voice cracking. "Do you know what's going on?" He shook his head. "No idea. But this place, it's a maze. It's not supposed to be like this." We exchanged names. His was Mark. He said he worked nights as a maintenance technician before the expansion started. He'd gotten trapped a few nights ago, trying to fix a light. Since then, he'd been wandering, hoping to find an exit. People don't talk about it, Mark said, voice low. The company management, they want to cover it up. Say it's just construction delays. But the floors don't match. Stairwells loop. Doors lead nowhere. It's like the architects lost control of the design. I nodded, biting my lip. I thought I was imagining things. Me too, Mark said. Until I found this. He pulled a crumpled floor plan from his jacket pocket, edges frayed. It was marked up, scribbles, crossed out sections, notes in the margins. He handed it to me. Comparing it to the app's map, I saw glaring differences. The stairwells looped, some floors were missing entirely, some corridors doubled back on themselves. It made no sense. Not in any practical way. We need to find a way out, I said. Together. Mark agreed, but there was tension in his eyes. There's more. Sometimes I hear voices. Not loud, just whispers. Sometimes footsteps. But no one's there. It messes with your head. I swallowed, the metallic taste of fear returning. I heard those footsteps too. The slow, deliberate ones. Before we could say more, a distant clang echoed through the garage, sharp and urgent. Both of us froze, listening. The sound repeated, closer this time. Something was moving. Not us. I glanced at Mark. We need to move. He nodded, and together we slipped back into the labyrinth, leaving the note behind on the floor. The flickering lights seemed to dim further as we descended, the cold air thickening around us. The stairwell spiraled downward, tighter now. The walls seemed to close in. I could hear my breath, shallow and fast, and Mark's. The crumpled floor plan felt heavier in my hands than I expected, like it carried the weight of every confused step Mark and I had taken since we parked in that garage. The flickering fluorescent light above our heads buzzed unevenly, casting long, jittery shadows on the concrete walls around us. A draft whispered through the stairwell, carrying with it a faint smell of damp drywall and something metallic, not quite rust, but close enough to set my teeth on edge. Mark's eyes didn't leave me. Look at this, he said again, voice low. See these notes? They're not from the architects. They're from someone who's been trying to map the maze. But it's like the building fights back. Every time they try to change the floor plan, the place just reshapes itself. I swallowed hard. That sounds impossible. He shrugged, a ghost of a smile flickering on his lips. I know how that sounds. But walking these halls, I swear it's true. I've been here for 3 nights now. Tried every stairwell, every exit. The doors either slammed shut or open into another hallway I've already been down. His fingers traced a series of scribbles that looped endlessly around a section marked level 4. There's no way out. No way out. The phrase echoed in my head, louder than the flickering light or the distant hum of the building's ventilation system. I clenched the map tighter, my knuckles whitening. We were trapped. I tried to steady my breathing, but the stale air tasted thick and sour, like it was holding its breath along with me. Why hasn't anyone else noticed this? The security guards? The cleaning staff? Mark's jaw tightened. They're told to stay out of the new sections. Management's tight-lipped. They say it's just construction delays, like they told you. But I think someone's scared of what's down here. A sudden creak echoed down the corridor, sharp and close. I spun around, heart hammering. Nothing. Just a loose panel rattling in the draft. Or maybe not. The idea that someone or something was intentionally keeping us here settled over me like a cold sweat. That wasn't just poor planning or a building gone wrong. It was deliberate. We have to keep moving, I said. Stay together, check every door, every stairwell. If we find a way, we get out. No matter what. Mark nodded, folding the map carefully. I've marked a few spots that might help. Places where the loops thin out, or where the stairwells almost break the pattern. I glanced down the hallway. The walls looked like they were closing in, the flickering light now more erratic, casting disturbing patterns on the chipped plaster. I ran my fingers along the rough surface. It was cold but gritty, like the building itself was worn and tired. A low groan reverberated through the concrete, making my teeth chatter. The building settled, or maybe it was something else. I didn't want to think about it. We moved cautiously, voices barely above whispers. Our footsteps echoed off the walls, a rhythmic tap-tap-tap that marked our progress but also our vulnerability. At one point, a distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, cutting through the silence like a warning. It felt out of place, a sound from the outside world that didn't belong here. Did you hear that? I asked. Mark nodded. Yeah. Maybe there's a street nearby. Or maybe someone else is trapped too. The thought brought no comfort. If others were stuck here, why hadn't we met them? Or worse, why hadn't we heard screams? Around the next corner, a faded sign hung crookedly, exit at red, letters peeling and cracked. Relief surged through me, but it was immediately tempered by instinct. I knew better now. Signs didn't mean what they said. We followed the item, descending a stairwell that groaned underfoot. The steps were uneven, chipped at the edges, worn down by who knows how many feet. The air grew colder, damp seeping through the walls and chilling my skin beneath my jacket. At the bottom, a door with a scratched-up window stood before us. I pressed my palm against the glass. It was smeared with fingerprints and something darker, dried grime or something worse. My reflection stared back, eyes wide and unblinking. I reached for the handle. It didn't budge. Mark tried next. Locked. Of course. A sudden banging noise came from the other side, muffled but insistent. We both froze. Who's there? I called out, voice trembling despite myself. No answer. Just more banging. I stepped back, heart thundering. Mark, this isn't right. We're not alone down here. He nodded, brows furrowed. I've been hearing things. Whispers. Footsteps that stop when I turn around. I thought I was losing my mind. I swallowed hard. Maybe we're not the only ones trapped. Maybe someone's been stuck here longer than we thought. The thought chilled me more than the damp concrete ever could. Mark pulled out a small flashlight from his jacket. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating long corridors that bent and twisted unnaturally. I noticed now the walls weren't just chipped, they were scarred. Scratches, gouges, some fresh, others old and faded, like someone had clawed at the concrete, desperate to escape. Look at this, Mark said, shining the light on a series of numbers scratched into the wall near the door. Dates. Weeks, maybe months apart. I ran my fingers over the marks. The most recent was just days ago. Mental breakdowns, Mark muttered. People trapped too long. Losing it down here. I swallowed the lump in my throat. We have to find a way out before that happens to us. Mark hesitated, then looked me squarely in the eyes. There's something else. The security cameras, they're not just broken. Someone's been watching us. I blinked. What do you mean? There are cameras in every hallway, every stairwell. I found the feeds in the security room last night. But the footage, it's not live. It's looped. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. So, we're being watched and trapped by someone who knows exactly where we are. The words settled between us, heavier than the stale air. We weren't just victims of a building's poor design or a twisted architectural quirk. We were part of something else. Something calculated. The thought made my hands tremble. Why? I whispered. Mark shrugged, but his face was grim. Control. Punishment. Maybe a sick experiment. I don't know. But we can't trust anyone. I looked down the darkened hallway, the beam of the flashlight trembling in my grip. The walls closed in, the flickering lights danced like ghosts, and the distant banging behind the locked door grew louder, more desperate. There was no turning back. The maze wasn't just an accident. It was a trap, and we were caught in the center of it. I glanced at Mark. His eyes held the same question I had lodged in my chest. How do we escape when every path leads us deeper inside? The stale air pressed heavier now, thick with the damp, sour smell of concrete soaked through years of neglect. I could still hear Mark's voice echoing in my head, "They're watching us." The phrase felt less like a warning and more like a weight settling into my chest. I kept rubbing my arms, trying to shake the chill that wasn't entirely from the cold. We stood there, in that dead-end stairwell, the flickering fluorescent tube overhead sputtering like it might die any second. The walls around us were scratched raw, desperate, frantic marks that told a story my mind didn't want to assemble. When I looked at them, I imagined the people trapped here, clawing at the walls, whispering to themselves, losing track of time and sanity. Why would someone do this? I asked Mark quietly, my voice barely above a breath. Why build a place like this and then just abandon it? He shrugged, fingers trembling as they traced the jagged lines in the plaster. Maybe it wasn't abandonment. Maybe it's something worse. Worse. I swallowed hard and glanced toward the stairwell door. The only way out, or so I thought. The problem was, every time we tried to leave, the stairs looped back on themselves like a twisted Mobius strip. It didn't make sense. It couldn't. But the evidence was right there, damp on the walls, fresh under our boots. That's when the faintest sound reached me. At first, I thought it was the hum of the flickering lights, but no, it was a soft shuffle, deliberate and cautious, from somewhere deeper in the garage's labyrinth. Did you hear that? I whispered, gripping the flashlights tighter. Mark nodded, his jaw clenched. Yeah. Someone's down here. The rational part of me wanted to believe it was just another lost soul, someone else trapped, maybe as scared and confused as we were. But the pit in my stomach told a different story. We weren't alone, and whoever was here wasn't just wandering. I stepped forward, the beam cutting through the dark, picking out the rough concrete walls, the peeling paint, the scattered debris. Each footstep echoed, a hollow sound swallowed quickly by the vastness of the underground maze. My throat felt dry, and I could almost taste the grit in the air, sharp and metallic. "Mark," I said, voice shaking, "we need to be careful. Whoever's here might not want company." He swallowed, eyes darting nervously. "You think it's someone dangerous?" I hesitated. "I don't know. But I don't want to find out the hard way." We moved slowly, following the noise, which faded then grew louder again, a shuffle, a scrape, a soft grunt. The corridor bent sharply, the walls narrowing, forcing us into a tight passage with pipes overhead dripping water onto the cracked floor. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. My heart hammered. I wanted to shout, to call out, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I took a breath and stepped around the corner. There. Against the far wall, a figure crouched, head down, shoulders shaking. The light hit the back of their jacket, worn and stained. I could see the ragged edges of hair, the trembling hands pressed over the face. "Hey," I said softly. "Are you okay?" The figure didn't move. Mark stepped beside me, flashlight steady. "We're not here to hurt you." The figure finally looked up. Eyes wild, darting frantically between us, pupils dilated so much they looked almost black. For a moment, I couldn't tell if they recognized us or just saw threats in the shadows. "I can't get out," the voice cracked, barely audible. "They won't let me." "Who?" I asked, heart sinking. A bitter laugh escaped the figure. "You don't understand. It's not just the building. It's the people. They watch. They decide who stays and who leaves." Mark exchanged a glance with me. "We've seen the cameras," he said slowly. "We know." The figure's eyes flicked toward the ceiling, where the flickering lights buzzed ominously. "They're everywhere. Watching. Listening. You think this is some accident?" "No. It's control. A game." I swallowed hard. The maze, the loops, the cameras, it wasn't random at all. Someone was orchestrating this. "Why?" I demanded, stepping closer despite the cold sweat on my palms. "What do they want from us?" The figure shook their head. "Power. Fear. You don't get out because you don't belong. They pick and choose. And if you get too close to the truth, well, you disappear." I looked around, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow, every flicker of light that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. The walls weren't just physical barriers anymore, they were traps, designed to break you down, piece by piece. "Have you seen anyone else?" Mark asked. The figure nodded slowly. Some lost their minds. Others, they just vanished. No trace. Just gone. I felt bile rise in my throat. The idea of disappearing here, swallowed by concrete and darkness, without a sound, without anyone knowing, was unbearable. "We have to get out," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "Together." The figure looked at me then, eyes sharp for a moment, almost pleading. "If you're serious, don't trust the signs. The maps. The cameras. They lie." I frowned. "What do you mean?" "They show you what they want you to see. The blueprints are fake. The floors don't match. The stairwells loop. It's a maze designed to confuse. But there's one way." The figure reached into their pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, edges torn and stained. "I found this hidden near the old security room. It's a map, sort of. But it's incomplete." Mark took the paper, smoothing it out under the flashlight beam. Jagged lines, scribbles, item pointing in odd directions. It looked like a child's drawing, but it was the best lead we'd had. "Why didn't you use it?" I asked. I stood at the edge of the stairwell again, the same worn handrail cold beneath my palm, the flickering fluorescent bulb overhead sputtering like it was gasping for air. The smell of damp concrete and old paint lingered thickly, a sour tang that made the back of my throat itch. I blinked, trying to shake the creeping exhaustion from my mind. The walls around me, gray, cracked, and endlessly repeating, felt like they were closing in, pressing against my skin, my bones. It had been hours since I first noticed the discrepancy in the floors. The blueprints I'd studied so many times, memorized even, showed a straightforward path. Park, take the elevator to the lobby, walk out. Simple. But this garage, no, This labyrinth mocked every rational plan I made. Every stairwell looped back, every corridor felt like déjà vu carved into concrete. And all the while, the buildings hummed, ventilation systems, distant echoes of footsteps played a sinister soundtrack to my growing disorientation. I pressed my forehead against the cold wall, tasting the stale air heavy with dust and something faintly metallic. The faintest sound, a shuffle, caught my attention. Not quite footsteps. More like a scraping, the slow drag of a shoe against the rough floor. My breath hitched. I wasn't alone. Hello? My voice cracked, betraying the strain I'd been holding in for hours. Is someone there? Silence. Complete silence. Except for the flicker of the lights and the distant hum. I turned, heart hammering, peering down the corridor. No one. The shadows pulled in the corners, thick and unnatural in their stillness. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp in my mouth, and forced my legs to move forward. I had to find a way out. Back at the entrance to the stairwell, I pulled the building's plans from my pocket again. I'd scribbled notes in the margins, a frantic attempt at sanity. The lines on the paper seemed to mock me. No stairwell should loop like this. No floor should fold back onto itself. These weren't blueprints. They were a riddle I couldn't solve. I ran my fingers over the paper, tracing the stairs I thought I remembered. But every time I reached what should have been a familiar exit, the corridor twisted, angled, and folded back into a mirrored version of the same hallway. Time slipped away, replaced by a relentless, gnawing panic. I leaned against the wall, breathing uneven, the paper crumpling in my sweaty hands. My skin prickled. I was being watched. Not by ghosts or shadows, something human. Someone who understood this maze better than I did. Hey, I whispered, voice barely audible. If you want help, you'll have to show yourself. The silence stretched, oppressive. Then footsteps. Not distant this time, closer, deliberate. They stopped just beyond the corner. My heart thudded so loudly I was sure it would betray me. A voice, low and dry, cracked through the stale air. You don't belong here. I wanted to ask who, but my throat felt raw, words stuck. Instead, I forced a shaky breath, steeling myself. Neither do you. The footsteps retreated, fading into the maze. I wasn't alone, but whoever was here wasn't eager for company. That much was clear. Then, a sudden noise, metal scraping against concrete, frantic and sharp. I spun toward the sound, eyes wide, pulse quickening. A figure emerged from the shadows, face obscured by a hood, but the intent in their movement unmistakable. They weren't armed, but their presence was a threat in itself, an assertion of control over the space I'd hoped to escape. I backed away, hands raised slightly, palms open. Look, I don't want trouble. Just, I need to get out. They hesitated, then said, this place isn't for everyone. I swallowed, shivering despite the warmth I could feel building in my chest. Tell me how to leave. The figure paused, then motioned for me to follow. For a moment, I doubted my own judgment, but desperation outweighed caution. I followed them through twisting corridors, the air growing colder, the light dimmer. We stopped at a door I'd never seen before, heavy and steel gray, with a small, grimy window. Beyond the glass, daylight spilled faintly, a promise. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice barely a whisper. The question hung between us. They didn't answer. Instead, they unlocked the door, pushed it open, and gestured for me to go. Sunlight hit my face like a slap. The outside world felt impossibly real, the scent of wet asphalt, the distant honk of traffic, a breeze carrying the sharp freshness of rain. I stepped out, blinking against the brightness. Behind me, The door shut with a dull clang. I looked back once. The figure was gone. I sank onto the curb, hands trembling as relief and exhaustion tangled inside me. The maze didn't care for me, but someone had. Or maybe they just tolerated me. It didn't matter anymore. I pulled out my phone, no signal. I let it slide back into my pocket. The city pulsed around me, alive and indifferent. I thought about the garage, the endless concrete and flickering lights, the way it had swallowed me whole. But I was here now. Free. Or as free as I could be. The ordeal changed something in me. I wasn't just someone trying to follow maps or escape a building. I'd faced a place that bent reality through human hands and survived. That knowledge settled deep in my bones. I looked up at the cloudy sky, took a deep breath, and for the first time in what felt like forever, exhaled properly. The maze was behind me. The world ahead. And I was ready to find my way. Story 2, Distorted Reality, Medication's Haunting Grip. I knew the first week was supposed to be the worst. The morning light in my apartment was the same pale gray it always was in early April, slipping through the half-open blinds and casting slats of shadow across the kitchen counter. I was making coffee, black, no sugar, when I noticed the landlord, Mr. Barlow, standing outside the building, his posture a bit too stiff, like he was holding himself up with invisible strings. I blinked, turned away to grab my mug, and when I looked back a second later, he was gone. No car, no bicycle, just thin air where he'd been. Maybe I was still groggy from the meds. I'd started taking them 2 days ago, prescribed for anxiety that had been crawling under my skin for months. Not the sharp kind that hits all at once, but the kind that settles in your chest and makes everything taste a little hollow. I convinced myself it was worth it, the trade-off. If I could get through the day without feeling like the walls were closing in, maybe I wouldn't be so tired all the time. But then, the little things started. At the coffee shop on the corner, where I get my morning fix before work, the barista, Lena, seemed distracted in a way I hadn't noticed before. She was polite, sure, but her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. The usual chatter about the weather or the latest TV shows was missing, replaced by curt nods and a glance over her shoulder every few seconds. Once she dropped my cup, and her hands trembled as she picked it up. She muttered an apology, but it felt forced, like she was trying to hide something. I didn't say anything, just took the coffee and left. Outside, the air was sharper than usual, carrying the faint scent of rain and wet concrete. The city was waking up, but under the surface, something was uneasy. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, a dog barking somewhere down the street, and the soft scrape of a broom against the pavement. At work, things blurred even more. My office was the same cramped little room with peeling wallpaper and that old radiator that clanked every time the heater kicked in. But the people, my coworkers, felt different. Maybe it was me. Maybe the medication was twisting my perception. I caught Sarah, from accounting, staring at her computer screen with an intensity that looked less like focus and more like fear. When I asked if she was okay, she blinked rapidly, then smiled too quickly. "Fine," she said. "Just busy." Her voice cracked, though. I heard it. No one else seemed to. Later, on my lunch break, I walked down to the park a few blocks away. The grass was patchy, muddy from last night's rain, and the air smelled faintly of damp earth and garbage bins. I sat on a bench, watching a group of children playing, their laughter ringing out clear and bright. But then I noticed a man standing off to the side, watching them. Not like a parent or a passerby, more like he was waiting. His coat was too heavy for the season, and his eyes were fixed on the kids in a way that made my skin crawl. I looked away quickly, pretending to check my phone. Nobody else seemed to notice him. That night, as I lay in bed, the shadows on the ceiling seemed to shift just slightly, like they were breathing. I caught myself holding my breath, waiting for some sound, some sign that I wasn't alone. But there was only silence. Complete silence. The next morning, the small things piled up. The flickering light in the hallway outside my apartment was worse, casting strange patterns on the walls. My neighbor, Mrs. Klein, who usually greeted me with a cheerful wave, passed without a word, her eyes fixed on the floor. At the bus stop, the usual crowd was thinner, quieter, and the driver didn't say his usual good morning. I started writing it all down, dates, times, descriptions, little moments that didn't fit. Maybe it was the medication, or maybe something else was happening. I told myself I'd mention it to my doctor, but when I tried to explain the odd feelings, the words tangled in my throat. Still, the strangest thing happened just before I left for work. I noticed my reflection in the mirror was delayed. I moved my hand, and for a heartbeat, the reflection didn't move with me. It was subtle, almost impossible to catch if you weren't looking for it. When I blinked, everything was normal again. I stared hard, willing the mirror to betray me once more, but it didn't. I know how that sounds crazy, even. I'm the first to admit I'm not a very stable person these days. But if the medication was making me see things, I wanted to understand. If it was revealing a hidden reality, I wanted to be ready. Or maybe I was just losing my mind. The city outside felt colder now, the usual hum replaced by a lurking quietness. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the phone in my hand felt foreign, heavy. My fingers trembled as I set it down. And then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows in my apartment flickered again, casting long, restless shadows that stretched across the walls like fingers reaching out. I didn't know what was coming next, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. A sudden creak echoed from the hallway, sharp and deliberate, breaking the silence. I held my breath, heart pounding. The creak echoed again, this time closer, more insistent. I didn't move. The dim light above flickered once more, and the shadows stretched, twisting into shapes that felt vaguely human. My breath caught in my throat. The phone sat on the table, still heavy in my mind, and I resisted the urge to grab it. What would I say? Hello, I think someone's lurking outside my door? As if that wouldn't sound mad. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. Then, footsteps, soft, careful, but unmistakable, tapped against the worn linoleum in the hallway. I bit my lip, the metallic taste sharp on my tongue. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists to stop themselves from shaking. The doorframe suddenly felt too narrow, too confining, like I was trapped in a cage of peeling paint and stale air. I wanted to call out, to demand who was there, but my voice lodged somewhere deep in my throat. Instead, I edged closer to the door, pressing my ear against it. The sound stopped. Nothing. The building seemed to hold its breath alongside me. Then, a whisper barely audible, like someone exhaling secrets through a cracked vent. I leaned in, straining to catch the words, but they dissolved before I could grasp them. The next morning, I woke with the taste of that shadowy whisper still lingering in my mouth. My apartment was cold, the radiator's usual warmth absent, replaced by a chill that seeped into my bones. The medication bottle sat on the nightstand, its label stark and clinical under the harsh daylight. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog that had settled overnight. I had to know. The strange behaviors, the fleeting glimpses of something just beyond normal perception, I couldn't ignore them. Not anymore. I started small. At the corner cafe where I grabbed my morning coffee, I watched the barista's eyes as she moved behind the counter. They flickered oddly, shadows pooling beneath them even though it was morning. Her smile, when it came, didn't quite reach those eyes. It made me uneasy. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual as I took my cup. You okay? You look a little off. She blinked, startled, then laughed, a sound that was sharp and brittle. Just tired, she said. Long night, you know? But her hands trembled slightly as she handed me the cup, and the coffee smelled faintly of something metallic, not quite right. I sipped it anyway, the bitterness grounding me, but I kept watching. Outside, the streets were quieter than usual. The usual morning chatter was subdued, faces passing by with blank expressions, or worse, smiles that didn't quite fit the mood. I caught snippets of conversations that felt rehearsed, like actors stumbling through lines they didn't understand. At work, things were worse. My colleagues moved around with an eerie precision, their interactions clipped and mechanical. The office hum, the constant background noise of keyboards and printers, was strangely muted, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I approached Marissa at her desk, hoping for some normalcy. "Did you catch the game last night?" I asked, trying to break the ice. She looked up sharply, her eyes narrowing. Why would I care about that? Her voice was flat, no warmth or humor. I blinked, suddenly unsure if I'd misheard. "Sorry, just making conversation." She shrugged, turning back to her screen with a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. Something about her felt off, like a mask slipping at the edges. By afternoon, I was jittery, the medication's effects tangled with my growing paranoia. The world felt like a stage set, everyone playing parts they weren't meant to, their true selves hidden beneath layers of something darker. I decided to keep notes, a habit I'd always found grounding. Scribbling down times, places, snippets of odd behavior. The barista's trembling hands at 8:15 a.m. The strange metallic taste in my coffee. Marissa's cold response at 2:47 p.m. The flicker of the hallway light at 3:30 p.m. The whispered breath outside my door at midnight. Each entry piled up, a growing dossier of disquiet. But when I tried to share any of it, texts to friends, messages to coworkers, the responses were the same: confusion, dismissal, concern for my well-being. "Maybe you're just stressed," one friend suggested. "New meds can mess with your head." I wanted to believe that. I really did. But then, in the elevator on my way home, I noticed a reflection in the glass panel beside the buttons. It wasn't mine. It was a man, standing just behind me. His face was obscured by shadow, but there was something in the way he stood, too still, too deliberate, that sent a chill crawling up my spine. I spun around. Nothing. Empty elevator. The faint hum of the city outside, distant and indifferent. I could almost taste the cold sweat on my lips. Later, back in my apartment, I found the note. It was slipped under the door, a small square of yellow paper folded unevenly. My hand shook as I unfolded it. "They see you too. Be careful." No signature. No indication who had left it. I stared at the words, the ink smudged like it had been written in a hurry. The message was simple, but the implications were anything but. For the first time since this all started, I felt a flicker of hope mixed with dread. I wasn't imagining everything. Someone else saw it, or at least knew about it. But who? And why warn me? I wanted to believe it was a lifeline, a thread to hold onto as the world around me unraveled. But a deeper part of me wondered if it was something worse, an invitation, a trap. The city outside was no longer just cold, it was watching, waiting. And I had no idea what would happen next. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat by the window, the note clutched in one hand, the other pressed against the cool glass. The streets below were empty, but the shadows seemed alive, stretching and twisting with the flicker of the streetlights. A slow, deliberate tapping began at the window pane. I didn't turn around. I didn't want to see what was there. But I knew the storm was gathering, and whatever was coming wasn't going to stop a whisper in the hallway. The tapping didn't stop. I finally turned, heart hammering. The window was just glass. No one there. Just the faint outline of the fire escape, slick with rain. No footsteps. No figure. Just the tapping, echoing softly in my ear now. I pressed my forehead to the glass, trying to steady myself. The note. The warning. Someone else was watching this unraveling too. But what? Why me? I stuffed the note into my jacket pocket and headed for the door, the tapping ceasing the moment I moved away. I didn't look back. The hall was dark and narrow, the old plaster cracked and peeling near the ceiling, smelling faintly of mildew and burnt coffee. I flicked the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows switch. Nothing. Of course not. The bulb was dead. I groaned and fumbled for my phone, the screen lighting up the corridor with that cold, artificial glow. The elevator was out of order, a yellow sign taped crookedly to its door. So I took the stairs, the steps creaking underfoot. My breath came uneven in the silent shaft. No one else was home, or so I hoped. At the lobby, the janitor's closet door was ajar. A narrow shaft of light spilled out, the faint rustle of something shifting inside. I paused, hand on the knob, the hairs on my neck prickling. Then, louder than before, the tapping returned, this time from inside the closet. I didn't want to open it. I didn't want to know. But I had to. The door groaned open on rusty hinges. Inside, nothing but mops, buckets, and the lingering scent of bleach mixed with dust. No one. No tapping. I closed it quietly, heart pounding like a drum. The silence that followed was worse. The kind that made your skin crawl. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving the air thick with damp and the sharp tang of wet concrete. I walked toward the subway entrance, my shoes slapping wet against the pavement. The city was still empty, the usual clamor stripped away like a stage cleared after the final act. That's when I saw her. She was standing by the ticket machine, her back to me, shoulders tense and rigid. The streetlight flickered again. I blinked, and she was facing me, expression unreadable. Pale skin, dark hair plastered to her cheeks from the rain. Her eyes, there was something wrong with them. Not the usual tiredness or strain, but a blankness, like glassy lenses reflecting everything but seeing nothing. "Excuse me," I said, stepping closer. "Are you okay?" She didn't answer. Just stared. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. "I'm sorry," I repeated, more firmly. "Do you need help?" She blinked once, then smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of the lips that didn't reach her eyes. "You see it too," she said, voice low and steady. My heart stopped. "See what?" She shook her head, stepping back into the shadows. "You're already too far down the rabbit hole. It's not just the medication. It's the truth beneath it all." I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but something in her gaze warned me off. She turned and melted into the darkness of the alley beside the station. I stood there, the city's distant hum returning, the rain-slicked streets gleaming under the streetlights. The note in my pocket felt heavier now, as if the paper itself was pressing a weight on my chest. I needed to understand what she meant by too far down. Was this a warning? A threat? Or some kind of twisted kindness? The next morning came too soon. I woke to the sound of my phone buzzing, the screen lighting up with a message I didn't recognize. No number. No name. Just a single line. "You can't go back." That sent a cold wave through me. I sat up, the sheets tangled around my legs, the taste of stale coffee still lingering in my mouth. I wanted to ignore it, delete it, pretend it was a prank. But I couldn't. I dressed quickly, the weight of the message settling into my bones. The city outside was waking up, but something had changed overnight. The usual noises, the honking horns, the distant chatter, the barking dogs were muted, as if the world was holding its breath. At the coffee shop, I saw him again. The barista with the twitch in his left eye. Yesterday, I'd noticed how his smile never quite reached it, how his hands jittered even when making simple drinks. Today, he didn't speak. He just stared at me, his gaze sharp, scrutinizing. "You look like you're running out of time," he said quietly, sliding my cup across the counter without a word. I blinked. "Excuse me?" He shrugged, almost casually. "Nothing lasts forever. Not even the things you think are real." I wanted to ask what he meant, but the line between sanity and paranoia was thinner than ever. I took the coffee and left, the bitter warmth burning down my throat. Later, I found myself back at the apartment, pacing, restless. The note, the woman, the message, all weaving a pattern I couldn't untangle. Was the medication making me see what everyone else couldn't? Or was it breaking me, piece by piece? I pulled out my laptop, fingers trembling as I typed the words that haunted me: hidden reality, altered perceptions, pharmaceutical side effects. Articles and forums flooded the screen, but none of them captured what I was experiencing. Some described hallucinations. Others warned of paranoia. A few mentioned people who believed the world was not as it seemed. They sounded crazy. Or maybe I was. Then, a new email popped into my inbox. No subject. No sender. Just a single attachment, a video file. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed not to open it. But curiosity, or desperation, won. The video was grainy, shot from a shaky handheld camera. It showed a crowded street during the day, people moving in and out of frame. But the faces, none of them looked right. Their eyes were dull, their movements jerky, as if they were puppets with invisible strings. The camera zoomed in on a man standing by a newsstand. He turned slowly, revealing a smile too wide, too forced. The barista's twitch flickered in his eye. The woman from the subway stood behind him, her gaze vacant. Then the screen went black. A single phrase appeared, typed out slowly. "You've crossed a point of no return. There is no going back." My hand shook so hard I nearly dropped the laptop. I closed it, the weight of the message pressing down like a stone. I wasn't imagining it. This wasn't just side effects. There was something underneath, something darker than I'd allowed myself to see. And now I was trapped. The phone rang, sharp and sudden, slicing through the silence. I jumped, knocking over the empty coffee cup. The caller ID was blocked. I answered on impulse. "Hello?" A voice, calm but cold, replied, "You should stop looking. It's better for everyone if you do." "Who is this?" I demanded, voice cracking. "No one you want to meet," the voice said. "But you already have. And now, you'll have to see it through. There's no turning back." The line went dead. My heart pounded, the room spinning slightly. The city outside felt even colder, the shadows longer, waiting. I sat back down, the note heavy in my pocket, the video still fresh in my mind. The truth was out there. But it wasn't a gift. It was a sentence. And I was stuck inside, the walls closing in. No way out. No safe place left. Only forward. The line went dead before I could say another word. My breath hitched, the silence on the other end deeper than the space between heartbeats. I stared at the phone like it had betrayed me, then tossed it onto the couch with more force than I intended. The screen cracked a thin web, spidering across the glass. Perfect. Just perfect. I sank back, the weight of that voice still hanging in the air. You should stop looking. It's better for everyone if you do. Better for who? For them? For me? The thought gnawed at the edges of my mind, sharp and relentless. Outside, the city pulsed with its usual nighttime rhythm. Car engines hummed distantly, tires whispering over wet asphalt. Somewhere nearby, a siren wailed, fading into the backdrop like a forgotten song. I could smell the faint tang of rain on concrete, mixed with the stale scent of burnt coffee from earlier. The apartment felt too quiet now, too small. My fingers hovered over the laptop keyboard. I didn't want to open it again. Not yet. But I knew I had to. I needed to know what I'd stumbled into. The images, the faces, too deliberate to be coincidence. The message on the screen, typed out with that icy finality. The man at the newsstand. The barista's twitch. The woman on the subway. They weren't glitches in the system or hallucinations. Something was wrong beneath the surface of everything I thought I understood. I pressed the power button. The hum of the machine filled the room, a low, steady pulse. The screen flickered to life, the same video queued up. I watched the man again, the smile stretching too wide, too brittle, as if his face might crack open at any moment. Then the screen went black, and the phrase appeared slowly, letter by letter, "You've crossed the point of no return." My hands trembled. I closed the laptop quickly this time, heart racing like I'd run a mile without moving. I needed a plan. But how do you fight something invisible? Something no one else saw? The next morning, I woke up with a dull ache behind my eyes. The medication bottle sat on the nightstand, its label blurred from last night's tears. I hesitated before taking the next dose. Maybe I'd stop. Maybe that would fix everything. But then again, maybe it wasn't the pills at all. Breakfast was a mechanical act, toast burned at the edges, coffee bitter and cold. I scrolled through my phone, trying to distract myself with half-forgotten news stories and memes. But the images from the video kept flashing in the corners of my vision, like a glitch in my brain. I decided to call Dr. Levin. If this was a side effect, I needed answers. If it wasn't, maybe she could help me figure out what was really going on. Her office was sterile and too bright, the kind of place designed to feel safe but only amplifying the sense of unease. She greeted me with a practiced smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Any changes since your last visit?" she asked, flipping through my notes. I swallowed hard. I'm seeing things. People acting wrong. Not like themselves. Like puppets. She tilted her head, concern knitting her brow. "Can you describe that? Are you experiencing hallucinations? Delusions?" "No," I said quickly. "It's more like I notice the way they move. Jerky, unnatural. Their smiles don't reach their eyes. It's like they're pretending." She scribbled something on her pad, then looked up. "Have you been under stress? Any changes in sleep or routine?" I nodded. "A lot of stress. But this feels different. Like there's something under the surface, something I can't explain." She leaned back, fingers steepled. Sometimes, the mind tries to protect itself by creating narratives. You might be experiencing heightened anxiety or paranoia. The medication can amplify that. I wanted to argue but swallowed the words. It was easier to doubt myself than to face how alien everything had become. On the way out, I noticed the receptionist watching me, her smile too fixed, her eyes flickering with a kind of mechanical precision. I blinked hard, and it was gone. Back on the street, the air was thick with humidity, the smell of damp earth rising from the cracks in the pavement. I passed a group of teenagers laughing too loudly, their faces shifting momentarily into something hollow before snapping back. My pulse quickened. I ducked into a small bookstore, the musty scent of old paper and ink grounding me for a moment. I ran my fingers along the spines, looking for anything about perception, medication side effects, anything that might make sense of this. Behind me, the bell above the door jingled softly. I turned. The owner, an older man with wire-rimmed glasses, smiled at me. But the smile was slow, deliberate, like he was waiting for me to say something. Looking for something in particular? He asked, voice smooth but too even. I'm not sure, I admitted. Something to help me understand. What's real? He nodded, eyes narrowing slightly. Reality has many layers. Sometimes, it's better not to peel them back. The words sent a chill down my spine. I nodded, thanked him, and left. That night, my apartment felt like a cage. Shadows clung to the corners, shapes shifting just out of sight. The medication bottle sat on the kitchen counter, its surface cold and unyielding. I debated tossing it out, but instead, I stared at the label, tracing the letters with trembling fingers. Was this poison or a cure? Or maybe neither. The phone rang again. Caller ID blocked. I didn't answer. Minutes later, a knock came at the door. Sharp, insistent. I froze, heart hammering in my chest. No one had my address except a handful of people, and none of them would come unannounced, especially not at this hour. The knocking grew louder, more urgent. I edged toward the peephole, pressing my eye against the glass. No one. Just the empty hallway, bathed in pale fluorescent light that flickered overhead. A low hum filled the silence, the building settling or something else entirely. I backed away. The knocking stopped. The silence returned. Complete silence. I sank to the floor, knees drawn to my chest. The walls seemed to close in, the apartment shrinking with every breath. I wasn't safe. Not here. Not anywhere. But I couldn't stop. At dawn, the house seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something unseen to unfold. I had to know the truth. Because whatever this was, whatever they were, was watching. Waiting. And I was the only one who saw. I stayed crouched on the floor long after the knocking stopped. The silence thickened around me like wet wool, pressing into my ears until all I could hear was the faint hum of the fluorescent light above, that incessant, flickering drone that felt more like a warning than an appliance malfunction. I didn't move until the first pale light of morning crept through the slats of the blinds. Then, at last, I stood, slow and stiff, tracing my way to the kitchen counter where the pill bottle sat like a silent judge. I stared at it for a long time. The label seemed to shift subtly under my gaze, the letters warping as if breathing. I know how that sounds. Ridiculous. But everything had started slipping through cracks like that, people's faces, their voices, the way the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled in rooms I'd been in hundreds of times before. I wasn't sure anymore whether the medication was pulling back a veil or pushing me into something else entirely. I didn't take another pill. Instead, I reached for my phone, thumb hovering uncertainly over the screen. Caller ID blocked again. No messages. No one left a single trace except that persistent knocking, which now felt like a threat I couldn't name. I debated calling anyone, my doctor, a friend, but who could I trust with this? Who would believe me without thinking I'd lost it? I slipped on my shoes and went outside. The air was brisk, sharper than usual for early morning, smelling faintly of wet concrete and decaying leaves. The street was eerily quiet. Neighbors who usually greeted me with a nod or a quick morning were either gone or staring through me, their eyes blank or too bright, too sharp. It was like walking through a city of ghosts masquerading as the living. I ended up at the coffee shop on the corner, the one I'd frequented for years. The bell above the door jingled when I pushed it open, but the barista barely looked up. She moved with mechanical precision, her smile stretched thin and brittle. The usual warmth of freshly ground coffee was replaced by a cold metallic scent, like the machine itself was sick. "Hey," I said, voice hoarse. "Do you remember me?" She paused, hands frozen mid-pour, then blinked rapidly. "Sure," she said, voice flat. "You're the guy who comes in every morning." "Right. Have you noticed anything off?" I asked. She shrugged, eyes flickering toward the window. "People act weird sometimes. Lots on their minds." That wasn't it. It was more than that. I wanted to tell her about the knocking, the phone calls, the way the world felt like it was cracking. But her expression didn't invite further questions. Instead, she nodded once and turned away. Back outside, I wandered aimlessly, the city's usual sounds, distant sirens, barking dogs, the chatter of early commuters muffled, as if I were submerged underwater. I stopped at the park bench where I used to sit and write. The rough grain of the wood under my fingers grounded me, but even there, the unease clung to my skin. I remembered the look in my neighbor's eyes last night, the way he'd smiled without warmth, as if hiding something just beneath the surface. I thought about the pill bottle again. If it wasn't helping, what was it doing? That afternoon, I met with Dr. Halpern. I hadn't told him about the knocking or the calls. I wasn't ready to admit that I thought someone was watching me, but I spoke about the medication and how it made everything feel wrong. He listened, nodding thoughtfully. "Sometimes new prescriptions can take time to settle in," he said. "Side effects can include heightened anxiety or altered perception. But if you think something else is going on, we can adjust your treatment." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe that a change in dosage or a different pill would fix this. But in the back of my mind, I knew the truth was more complicated. The medication wasn't just causing side effects, it was peeling back layers of something I'd never seen before. That night, I sat by my window again, watching the street below. A couple walked past, their laughter brittle, too loud, like they were performing for an audience that wasn't there. I thought about the moments when reality had slipped, the flicker of the light, the shifting shadows, the way people's expressions flickered like malfunctioning screens. I took a deep breath, the cold air filling my lungs, sharp and real. If this was a breakdown, it was happening in slow motion, a gradual unspooling of everything I trusted. But if it was a revelation, then I had to learn how to live with it. I reached for a notebook, the pages crisp and weighty. The thought chilled me to the bone. Writing had always been my way to make sense of the chaos, to anchor myself when the world felt like it was tilting. I scribbled down the fragments, the knocks, the calls, the empty hallway, the feeling of being watched. Sometimes just naming the fear made it less sharp. Over the next few days, I limited my interactions, avoiding the places where people felt most hollow. I started keeping a small recorder with me, capturing snippets of conversations and sounds. I wanted proof. Something tangible to hold on to when doubt crept in. One evening, the phone rang again. Caller ID blocked. I stared at it, thumb hovering over the decline button. I answered. Silence. Then a quiet, distorted voice. "You see now." I swallowed hard, the line going dead before I could respond. I didn't throw the pill bottle away that night. Instead, I locked it in a drawer. Out of sight, but not forgotten. Because whatever this was, it wasn't just a hallucination or paranoia. It was real, tangled up with the medication but not caused by it. The next morning, I looked in the mirror and saw the same tired eyes, but beneath that, something new, a flicker of resolve. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen. I couldn't unhear what I'd heard. But maybe, just maybe, I could learn to navigate this fractured world. I wasn't safe. Not yet. But I was still here. And that had to be enough. Story 3, Duplicated Self, when profiles turn against you. I never thought much about my online presence. It was an ordinary Tuesday evening when I first noticed something was off. I had just settled into my usual corner of the couch, the one where the fabric had worn thin near the armrest, my laptop balancing awkwardly on my knees. Outside, the sky was bruised purple, and the street below smelled faintly of rain and exhaust. The window was cracked open, letting in a chill that made the hairs on my forearms stand up. I was scrolling through my social media feed, mostly out of habit, when I stumbled on a profile that stopped me dead. Same name. Same hometown. Same birthday listed in the bio. My face stared back at me from the profile picture, but something about the photo was just a shade too polished, like a filtered reflection in a warped mirror. My digital doppelganger, apparently. At first, I thought it was a glitch, some weird algorithmic error. But as I clicked through, a knot tightened in my stomach. The posts were eerily familiar, snippets of conversations I had with friends, thoughts I'd shared in confidence, secrets I never dared post anywhere public. Except, they weren't exactly mine. Or were they? The words twisted, bent. Opinions I never held, memories that felt wrong. I pinched the bridge of my nose. No, that can't be right, I muttered to myself. I refreshed the page, hoping it was just a loading error. The profile didn't budge. It was there, sprawling like a shadow that had slipped out of reach. The strangest part was how detailed the posts were. Someone knew me. But not just me, the people around me. There was a post about Clara, my colleague, with a story about a meeting I'd never heard before. And another about my brother, Tim, mentioning an argument I knew never happened. It was like someone was weaving a parallel life out of threads they'd stolen from me. A low creak from the apartment made me jump. The heater clicked off, and the room fell into a quiet that pressed against my ears. I closed the laptop with a snap, the sudden noise startling me more than I expected. I stared out the window. The streetlights flickered to life, casting long shadows across the pavement. Somewhere, a dog barked in the distance, sharp, tense. I told myself to calm down. It was probably some elaborate prank. Or maybe a coincidence. People shared names all the time. But the profile wasn't just a mirror, it was a distortion, a story told by someone who knew things they shouldn't. Things I hadn't shared online, or maybe anywhere. The next morning, I tried to shake it off. The sun was weak behind a layer of clouds, the kind of gray that made the world feel damp and sluggish. I brewed coffee, the bitter aroma filling the kitchen, and sat at the small table by the window. My phone buzzed with messages, but I ignored them. I needed to think. At work, the normal hum of the office felt different. Conversations seemed quieter, as if people were speaking around me rather than with me. Clara glanced my way once or twice, her eyes narrowing briefly before she looked away. Tim's text came through just after lunch, asking if I'd seen a strange post about him online. I didn't reply right away. Instead, I opened the profile again during a break, the screen's glow stark against the sterile light of the break room. The posts had multiplied overnight. New memories, opinions, even plans I supposedly made. A dinner with friends I never attended. A confession I never made. The words blurred before my eyes, the sense of intrusion growing heavier, more suffocating. I felt exposed, naked in a room full of shadows. Back in my apartment that evening, I paced. The wooden floor creaked beneath my feet, the air thick with the scent of old paper and something faintly sharp like the inside of a pencil case left open too long. I tried to tell myself it was just a stranger playing a twisted game. But who? And why? I looked through my contacts, wondering if someone I knew was behind it. No clues. No messages. Just silence. Complete silence. I considered calling the police but hesitated. There was no physical threat, no stolen money or identity, at least, not yet. Just a creeping sense that my life was being rewritten by someone else's hand, letter by letter, lie by lie. I sat down at the desk, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The cursor blinked back at me, impatient, accusing. I typed in the profile's URL again, and stared. The latest post was a message addressed directly to me. Why don't you say something? My hands trembled. The room suddenly felt colder. The flickering light above buzzed, casting my shadow long and thin against the wall. I wasn't alone in this. Not really. Or maybe I was. The cursor blinked steadily, waiting for my response. My mind raced, tangled in a web of doubt and fear. Was this some twisted game? Or a call for help from the person behind the screen? I swallowed hard, fingers inching closer to the keys. Then, without thinking, I typed a single word, "Why?" Almost immediately, a new message appeared. Because silence is louder than any lie you can tell. My breath caught. The game had just begun. A chill ran down my spine as the screen flickered, shadows dancing across the room. The room was colder than before. I closed the laptop and leaned back in my chair, the leather creaking under my shifting weight. The air smelled faintly of burnt coffee and something metallic, maybe the heater, or perhaps just my nerves. I rubbed my temples, trying to push the dread away. But it clung stubbornly, like the dampness that always seemed to seep into this old apartment come fall. I needed a plan. Panic wouldn't help me unravel this. Not yet. The first thing was obvious. I had to gather evidence. Concrete proof, not just the eerie messages or the shadowy profile lurking behind my name. I reopened the laptop, the screen's pale glow cutting through the dark like an item. I typed my name again into the search bar, this time more methodically, more focused. There it was, my digital doppelganger's profile, glowing on the screen like a sinister mirror. Every post a thread in some tangled web, secrets I'd never confessed, opinions I didn't hold, moments I hadn't lived. A life that wasn't mine, but somehow felt closer than my own skin. I started scrolling, each new entry sinking into me like cold water. A photo of a cafe I'd never visited, a quote about betrayal that struck too close to home, a confession about a friend I'd lost years ago. How did this person know so much? Who were they? And why? My phone buzzed. I jumped, heart thudding against my ribs. It was a message from my friend, Lila. I hadn't told anyone about this yet. Not even her. Hey, you good? You disappeared last night. Her words felt like a lifeline, and I almost typed back a lie. Almost said I was fine. But something in me snapped. I needed help. Or at least, a witness. I'm not okay, I typed. Something's wrong. Someone's impersonating me online. Posting things I never said. Secrets no one should know. There was a pause. Then, what? That's insane. Can you show me? I sent her the link. The screen blurred as my hands trembled. I watched her read, waiting for disbelief or panic or something. "Holy hell," she wrote. "We need to figure this out. Meet me? I'm off in an hour." Relief hit me like a wave. I wasn't alone anymore. I wasn't crazy. The next hour dragged by in a slow, haunted haze. I paced the apartment, every creak and groan of the old building setting my nerves on edge. The heater clicked on, then off, then on again, a relentless rhythm that matched the pounding in my temples. Outside, a dog barked distantly, sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. When Lila arrived, the doorbell's chime ricocheted through the hallway, making me jump. She looked different in the low light, worse for wear from a long day, but determined. She carried a laptop bag, and her eyes flicked immediately to the screen still open on mine. "This is creepy," she said, voice low. "Who would do this? And why? I don't know. But it's not random. It's targeted. I'm in their sights." We sat side by side, the glow of the laptop reflecting in her eyes. She scrolled through the posts, her brow furrowing with each new revelation. "Look at this," she said, stopping at a comment. "He's hiding things from everyone, even those closest to him." "That's a lie, isn't it?" I shook my head. "Completely. I don't even know where they're pulling this stuff from." Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, then paused. "We need to find out who's behind this. Maybe trace the IP address? See if it leads somewhere familiar." I nodded, but my stomach twisted. "Do you think it's someone I know?" "Maybe. Or maybe it's someone who knows someone you know." She looked up sharply. "Have you told anyone else?" "No. Not yet." Lila's gaze sharpened. "You should. Whoever this is, they're playing a dangerous game. And if they're willing to lie like this, what else are they capable of?" The thoughts settled uneasily between us. I felt my throat tighten. The digital world felt suddenly too close, too real. Not just a screen, but a trap. We worked together late into the night, piecing together breadcrumbs from the profile's activity. The account was new, less than 6 months old, but disturbingly active. Posts appeared at odd hours, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes during the day when I was at work. It was like a shadow stalking my every move, anticipating my thoughts. At one point, Lila leaned back, rubbing her eyes. "There's a pattern here," she murmured. "Look at the times. Every post happens after you've been somewhere or talked to someone." I swallowed hard. "Meaning?" "Meaning they're watching you. Or someone close to you." The idea made my skin crawl. I thought of my apartment's thin walls, the way sounds travel down the hall, the way strangers sometimes linger too long near the building entrance. Paranoia? Maybe. Or maybe reality. I glanced at the screen again. A new post had just appeared, this one fresh, raw. "Not everything I say is a lie, but everything I hide is real." I blinked at the cryptic sentence, a cold sweat breaking out along my spine. Was the person behind this trying to tell me something? Or just mocking me? The clock ticked toward dawn. Outside, the city was waking, cars humming, distant voices drifting through cracked windows. But inside, the silence pressed down, thick and suffocating. I realized then that this wasn't just about stolen identity. It was about control. Someone was rewriting my story, erasing my truth, and I was running out of time to stop it. The laptop's glow flickered again. The message box blinked expectantly. Waiting. Watching. I hesitated. Then typed. "Who are you?" The answer came almost instantly. Someone you've never met, but someone who knows you better than you know yourself. The room felt suddenly smaller, the shadows deeper, and the game was far from over. The screen's glow was harsh, like a spotlight in an empty theater. I blinked. The clock ticked away in the stillness, each second louder than the last. Outside, the city had shifted from the muffled hum of night to the tentative stirrings of early morning. Windows rattled in the breeze, a dog barked distantly, a siren wailed far off. Inside, the air had thickened, stale with the scent of cold coffee and sweat. My hands trembled slightly, the cool plastic of the laptop's edge pressing into my palms. Someone I'd never met. Someone who knew me better than I knew myself. My reflection in the dark screen blurred and split. Who could that be? A stalker? An obsessed fan? Or worse, someone I'd crossed without realizing it. I tried to reason it out. No, the profile had been so precise, so personal. It wasn't just random, it was surgical. I thought back to the posts, the secrets, the opinions, the lies masquerading as truth. Each one peeled away pieces of me, like layers of paint flaking from old wood. Every time I found a new post, it felt like a wound reopening, fresh and raw. I typed again, hesitating between words, fingers clumsy. Why me? The reply was immediate. Because you're the key. The story they don't want told. I swallowed hard. The room felt colder, the air sharper. I rubbed my arms, the goosebumps spreading like wildfire. The words made no sense, yet they rattled something loose in my mind. What story? Whose story? Who was they? I leaned back, the chair creaking beneath me. The faint smell of rain seeped in through the cracked window, mixing with the metallic tang of the laptop's fan. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to shake the growing knot in my stomach. The weight of it was crushing, like I just stepped off a ledge and was plummeting, blind. I needed answers. Had to know. But where to start? The profile's feed refreshed, a new post blinking like a neon sign. Truth is a currency, and yours is bankrupt. I stared at that sentence, the words sharper this time, almost mocking. My breath caught. Bankrupt. As if everything I'd ever said, done, or believed was now worthless, erased by this digital ghost carving out a life I no longer controlled. Then the floodgates opened. Notifications popped up, messages from strangers, people I didn't know but who claimed to have seen that profile, to have read those posts. Some were cruel, others confused, a few oddly sympathetic. One message made me freeze. Your twin's out there. The one they created. Don't trust the mirror. Twin. Created? The idea felt like thin glass cracking underfoot. I shook my head, trying to push it away. But a part of me couldn't. The phone buzzed. I glanced at it, startled. A text from an unknown number. Meet me. Midnight. The old cafe on 5th. I stared at the message, the digits glowing in the dim light. A chill ran down my spine, but something else stirred curiosity, maybe desperation. Could this be the person behind the profile? Or someone else entirely? I looked around the small room, the peeling wallpaper, the stack of unopened mail, the half-empty mug still warm to the touch. The world outside was beginning to wake, and here I was, tethered to a secret that felt like quicksand. I typed back, "Who is this?" No reply. I sat back, the chair groaning. The laptop flickered, the cursor blinking impatiently. The screen was a battlefield where I was losing ground. I knew then that turning back wasn't an option. The path ahead was murky, filled with threads I couldn't see but felt in every nerve. I shut the laptop abruptly. The room plunged into silence except for the distant rumble of the city waking and the steady pulse of my own breath. I ran a hand over my face, the rough stubble rasping against my palm. The truth was no longer mine. It had slipped through my fingers like smoke. Outside, the rain began to patter against the window, cold droplets tracing twisting paths down the glass. The night was over, but the darkness was still here, inside me, around me, waiting. I stood, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet, and looked at the door. Every step forward felt heavier, like sinking deeper into a quicksand pit with no solid ground in sight. I was trapped in this story now, written by someone else, controlled by a stranger, with no way to escape. And the worst part? I wasn't even sure I wanted to. The phone buzzed again, quiet and insistent. I picked it up. A new message. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. The park bench near the fountain. Come alone. I swallowed hard, the taste of copper sharp on my tongue. The game was far from over. And this time, I had to play by their rules. I stared at the message, heart pounding, mind racing through every scenario. Who were they? What did they want? The park bench near the fountain was a place I passed every day, always bustling with people, yet now it felt like a trap set just for me. I hesitated, fingers trembling, then typed a single word, "Why?" No immediate reply. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Tomorrow would come whether I wanted it or not. There was no turning back. Whatever awaited me at that bench, I knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. A shadow moved closer, slower, until the figure stepped into the dim light. The shadow stepped fully into the flickering glow of the cracked street lamp. "You came," he said, voice low but steady. There was no smile, no hint of warmth. Just the quiet certainty of a predator sizing up his prey. I swallowed the lump growing in my throat and forced my legs to move closer. The park was nearly empty, save for the distant hum of a car engine and the occasional bark from a dog somewhere beyond the trees. The fountain gurgled softly, a broken rhythm that made the silence around us feel even heavier. "Why me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from cracking. "Why do you have to? What is this? Some kind of game?" His eyes flicked away, scanning the empty park, then back to me with something that looked like regret. "It's not a game. It's control. You don't get it yet, but you will." A breeze rattled the brittle leaves on the ground, and I wrapped my arms tightly around myself. Control. The word echoed in my mind, sharp and hollow. Over the past weeks, I'd learned that my life was no longer my own. Every post, every lie, every secret twisted into something unrecognizable, all pieces of a puzzle I hadn't agreed to play. "How do you know all those things? The secrets I never told anyone?" I demanded. "Who are you?" He hesitated, then took a cautious step forward. "I'm someone who knows what happens when the truth disappears. When your story is rewritten by someone else." His voice softened, but the edge remained. "You think this is about you? It's bigger. It's about what happens to all of us when the realist gets buried under layers of lies." I wanted to argue, to shout, to tell him he was wrong. Instead, I felt the cold seep deeper into my bones, the city's distant sounds fading into a dull roar behind my ears. So why post those secrets? Why pretend to be me? I whispered, my fingers trembling against my jacket. Because the world listens to what it wants to hear. Truth is messy, chaotic. Lies are tidy. They fit into neat boxes. He looked down at the cracked pavement, then back up. I gave people a story they could hold on to. You were just the face. I wanted to scream, to tell him he was wrong. But the truth was, I'd felt it too, the way my real self was slipping through the cracks, replaced by this version I barely recognized. "I'm not your puppet," I said, voice stronger now. "I'm going to stop you." He smiled then. Not a friendly smile. Something colder, sharper. "You think you can stop this? You think confronting me changes anything?" Before I could answer, my phone buzzed again. I glanced down, heart pounding. Another message. Different number. "Look behind you." I spun around. The park was empty. No one. Just the rustling of leaves and the distant city lights blinking through the trees. My breath caught. The man took a step back, eyes narrowing. "Who else is there?" I asked, voice barely steady. He shrugged, then shook his head. "Doesn't matter. You're tangled deeper than you know." I swallowed hard, the copper taste returning. My hands were slick with sweat despite the cold. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I stayed rooted, trying to piece together the nightmare I was trapped in. "Why now?" I asked, voice breaking. "Why come out in the open?" He looked me in the eyes, and for a moment I saw something, fear or desperation. "Because you're close. Closer than anyone else. And if you step any further, you'll see how deep the darkness goes." I wanted to ask what he meant, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I took a shaky breath and asked the question that had been gnawing at me since I found that profile. "Who are you really?" He stepped forward again, close enough now that I could see the fine lines around his eyes, the faint stubble on his jaw. "I'm someone who lost everything to a lie. Someone who's been watching you, watching us, waiting for the right moment to pull the thread." The phone buzzed again in my hand, sharp and urgent. I glanced at the screen. No message. Just a blank notification. My skin prickled. The park seemed to close in, shadows stretching like fingers. "Listen to me," the man said, voice dropping to a whisper. "You don't want to dig any deeper. Some truths aren't meant to be found." I shook my head. "Tell me. Everything." He sighed, a breath full of exhaustion. "The profile, the posts, they're not just random lies. They're pieces of a larger plan. Someone's rewriting the past, shaping the future. And you're the key." I blinked, trying to absorb the weight of his words. Key to what? He didn't answer. Instead, he turned away, his silhouette swallowed by the night. "Tomorrow, the truth will come to light. Be ready." The park felt impossibly quiet after he vanished, the fountains gurgled, the only sound breaking the stillness. I stood there, phone clutched tight, the cold biting through my jacket, heart hammering. I wanted to believe this was over, that I could wake up and find it all had been a nightmare. But deep down, I knew I was only beginning to understand the darkness I'd stumbled into and the cost it might demand. I took a step forward, toward the empty bench near the fountain, the place where everything had started. The night air tasted metallic, thick with something unsaid. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were watching, waiting. And so was I. The park had emptied. I left the park slowly, the crunch of gravel underfoot louder than it should have been in the empty night. The streetlights flickered overhead, one of them sputtering like a dying breath. I didn't look back. I woke the next morning with a dry taste in my mouth and a vague sense of unease, like I'd slept on a bed of nails. The sky outside my window was a dull gray, the kind of color that makes the world feel heavy and slow. Normally, I have spent the morning scrolling through emails or checking the news, but today, my phone stayed off, face down on the bedside table. The silence was both a comfort and a threat. I kept replaying the events of the previous evening. The profile, the lies, the secrets, the way someone had managed to carve out a shadow life that I couldn't touch or control. I wondered if the stranger's warning was real or just another layer of the game I'd been dragged into. Was I paranoid? Maybe. But the truth didn't feel like something to take lightly anymore. By noon, I forced myself to sit at my desk, the surface cold and unwelcoming beneath my fingers. I opened my laptop and typed my name into the search bar. The fake profile was still there, updated overnight with new posts. More secrets, more falsehoods. Each one was an item twisting in my gut. Why me? Why now? I noticed a pattern. The posts weren't random. They were designed to isolate me, to turn people I knew against me. There was a comment about a coworker's trust, a supposed betrayal between old friends, a fabricated scandal involving my family. Lies masquerading as confessions. Then I saw it, a message waiting in my inbox from an unknown sender. No name, just an address, a small cafe I'd never heard of, on the outskirts of town. The message was brief. Come alone. Noon. My hands trembled, the edges of the screen blurring. Part of me wanted to ignore it, pretend this was all a bad dream. But I knew I couldn't. I needed answers. The cafe was tucked between a laundromat and a shuttered bookstore, its faded sign swinging gently in the cold breeze. Inside, the air smelled of stale coffee and damp wood, the low hum of a conversation blending with the clatter of cups. I chose a corner seat, where I could watch the door without being obvious. Minutes passed. Then a man entered, slim, with a face lined more by fatigue than age. He didn't look like a threat, but his eyes carried a quiet intensity that made my skin prickle. He sat across from me without asking, sliding a folded piece of paper toward me. Why am I here? I said, voice low. He shrugged. You're tangled in something bigger than you think. The profile, the posts, they're not just personal. They're a warning. I unfolded the paper. It was a list of names, dates, places. People I barely recognized, connections I hadn't seen before. A web of surveillance, of manipulation. The stranger's face flickered in my mind, the silhouette swallowed by night, the promise of a truth I wasn't ready to hear. Who are you? I asked. He hesitated. Someone who's been watching, waiting for the right moment. Someone who wants to stop this before it gets worse. I wanted to ask more, but the cafe's door jingled. A woman entered, scanning the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay until her gaze landed on me. My stomach tightened. She smiled a smile that didn't reach her eyes and sat beside me without invitation. You don't belong here, she said softly. I stared at her, heart racing. She wasn't a threat, not exactly. But the weight of her words, the insinuation, felt like a noose tightening around my neck. Who are you? I repeated, louder this time. She reached into her bag and pulled out a phone, showing me the profile. You've been living a lie. But this is the real story. And if you want to survive, you'll have to accept it. I looked from her to the man across the table. Neither moved. The room felt colder. The air thickened until it was hard to breathe. The lies, the secrets, the fake life, they weren't just online. They were real. They were here. That afternoon, I sat alone in my apartment, the paper still clutched in my hand. The sun had slipped behind clouds, casting long shadows that crept across the walls. I could hear the distant hum of traffic, the occasional bark of a dog, the scrape of a chair in the building downstairs. Normal sounds. But nothing felt normal anymore. I went to the mirror, searching for the person staring back. The same face, the same eyes. But something had shifted, a fracture beneath the surface. I touched my cheek, feeling the roughness of stubble I hadn't shaved that morning. The weight of the day settled into my shoulders. I realized then that the digital doppelganger had done more than erase my truth. It had forced me to confront parts of myself I'd ignored, the secrets I kept, the lies I told. Maybe it was a punishment, or maybe a chance to reclaim control. I didn't know who was behind the profile or what they wanted. But I did know this: I wasn't going to let them write my story any longer. The next morning, I posted a message on my real profile. It was simple, honest, and open. I admitted what had happened, the confusion, the fear. I asked for understanding, for patience. I invited anyone who wanted to talk to reach out. The response was slower than I expected, but it came. Messages of support from friends, distant acquaintances, even strangers who had seen the fake profile and knew something was wrong. It wasn't perfect. Some people believed the lies. Others didn't care. But some were willing to listen. Later that day, I received another message from the unknown sender, the man in the cafe. "You're not alone." That small phrase echoed in my mind, a fragile thread connecting me to something I hadn't felt in weeks: hope. Weeks passed. The fake profile vanished without explanation, as suddenly as it had appeared. The lies stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I kept the list from the cafe, the names and dates a reminder of the tangled web I'd escaped. I never contacted the man again, nor the woman. Part of me wondered if they were real or just shadows conjured by my unraveling mind. I didn't find all the answers. Maybe I never would. But I learned to live with the uncertainty, to hold on to my own version of the truth, no matter how fragile. Some nights, when the city quieted and the darkness pressed close, I thought about the stranger's warning. About being a key, about the cost of knowing. I didn't feel like a victim anymore. I felt like a survivor. And that was something no profile, no lie, could take away. Story 4, Unseen Presence, Memories That Betray. I never thought a place could start to feel unfamiliar without moving an inch. It was late afternoon, and the sun was dipping behind the row of brick buildings opposite my apartment. The light hit the peeling paint on the window frame just right, casting a dull orange glow across my living room carpet. I was sitting on the floor, laptop balanced on my knees, as I always did after work, sifting through old security footage from the building's hallway cameras. It wasn't a hobby, exactly. More like a nervous habit, checking that nothing had been tampered with, that my door hadn't been jiggled open while I was away. The screen flickered a little, not unusual for such an old system, but then froze on a frame. I leaned closer. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m., 3 nights ago. The hallway was empty, the dull yellow light buzzing overhead. Still and quiet. I blinked and pressed play again. The footage resumed for a few seconds, then abruptly cut to static. I rubbed my eyes. The whole thing felt off, but I shrugged it away. Maybe it was just a glitch. Later that night, I stood in front of my apartment mirror, brushing my hair slowly. The bathroom smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, and the tile was cold under my bare feet. I caught a glimpse of my reflection, tired eyes, a little paler than usual. The light flickered overhead again, that annoying buzz cutting through the silence. It was always like this, I thought, living alone on the 5th floor of an aging building in a quiet neighborhood. Silence. Complete silence, except for the occasional creak of pipes or distant siren. I went to bed with the window cracked open, the cool night air carrying the faint scent of wet pavement and early spring blossoms. A dog barked somewhere far off, a single, sharp bark that seemed too deliberate to be random. Just the city living, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. The next morning, I found a stray receipt tucked under the edge of my doormat. I picked it up with a frown. It was from a cafe I'd never been to, dated 2 days earlier. I flipped it over, half expecting a note or an explanation. Nothing. Just a list of items, a black coffee, a blueberry muffin. I stared at it for longer than I should have, the corners of my mouth tightening. I don't know why I kept it. Maybe because it was the first thing that felt out of place in a long time. I slid the receipt into my jacket pocket and went about my day. Work was the usual blur of emails and hum of fluorescent lights. The office smelled of stale coffee and paper. At lunch, I sat alone on a bench outside, watching a group of pigeons peck at crumbs near a crumbling fountain. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, and I could hear the distant hum of traffic mixed with the occasional shout from a street vendor. Nothing extraordinary. Still, the thought of that receipt nagged at me. I tried to recall if I had gone to that cafe without remembering. Impossible. I remembered every detail of the last week, the late-night reading, the phone calls with my sister, the stack of dishes in the sink. But the receipt didn't fit. That evening, as I climbed the narrow stairs to my apartment, I noticed the faintest scent of something unfamiliar, a faint trace of cinnamon, mixed with the sharpness of rubbing alcohol. The hallway smelled sterile and cold, but that scent was there, lingering just beyond the door. I stopped and inhaled deeply, heart thudding, then shook my head. Probably a neighbor. Maybe someone cleaning their apartment. I slid the key into the lock. The door opened silently. Inside, everything seemed untouched. The couch cushions were exactly where I left them. The old record player sat dormant on the shelf, and the little succulent on the windowsill leaned slightly toward the light. But as I stepped in, the hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I set my bag down and walked to the kitchen. The sink was empty, but the counter was wiped clean in a way that felt too deliberate, like someone had scrubbed away something they didn't want me to see. The faint scent of cinnamon was stronger here, too. I shook my head again. I was probably imagining things. Later, I sat down to review more security footage. This time, I rewound to the night before. The camera caught the hallway from the stairwell landing. I watched as the timestamp ticked forward, nothing unusual at first. Then, at 11:43 p.m., a shadow passed by the lens. A figure, tall and thin, moving with a quiet, calculated pace. The hallway light flickered as the figure approached my door. My stomach tightened. I pressed pause. The figure stopped, stood still for a moment, then turned away and disappeared down the corridor. The timestamp showed 11:45 p.m. Then the camera cut out completely. I leaned back, head spinning. I didn't recognize the person. No one should have been here. I thought about calling the building manager, but the manager was rarely in and didn't exactly inspire confidence. Besides, what would I say? Someone was lurking in the hallways at night? That sounded crazy, even to me. I closed the laptop and went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing noises, soft footsteps in the hallway, the faint scrape of shoes on old linoleum. I told myself it was just my imagination. I told myself I was being ridiculous. Still, when I woke up the next morning, I found my apartment door locked from the inside, even though I was sure I had left it unlocked. The key was still in my hand from the night before. I stood there for a long time, fingers trembling. The lock didn't look forced. Nothing broken. But the door was locked. I called out, "Hello?" No answer. The silence was thick, almost suffocating. I stepped back, heart thrumming in my chest. I felt like an outsider in my own home. That's when I noticed it, a small, nearly invisible scratch on the edge of the door frame. It looked fresh. Like someone had tried to open the door from the inside but failed. I ran my fingertip over it, the rough plaster beneath the paint catching slightly. I swallowed hard. Something was wrong, but I still didn't know what. And I didn't know how long it had been going on. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about the scratch on the door frame. It was one of those details that lodged itself in your mind, the kind that surfaces when you're trying to focus on anything else but can't. I ran my fingers over it again, the roughness of the plaster catching under my nails. It hadn't been there before. I was sure of that. But how could I be so certain? Maybe I just never noticed it. I shook my head. No. It was new. Fresh. Like someone had tried, and failed, to sneak in or out without me knowing. I sat on the edge of the bed, the sheets tangled around my legs, and stared at the door. The lock was still engaged, locked from the inside. The key was nowhere to be found. Not in my hand. Not on the kitchen counter where I usually dumped it after work. Not in the hallway dish. It was gone. I swallowed hard. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and something else, something metallic that I couldn't place. Copper? Blood? My throat tightened. I shook my head again, trying to clear the fog. I needed to understand what was happening. I needed evidence. More than just scratches and shadows in the hallway. I pulled on my slippers and shuffled to the kitchen. The security monitor sat on the counter like an ordinary appliance, but it was anything but ordinary now. I'd spent way too much time staring at it the night before, watching hours of footage in search of anomalies. And I'd found them. The moments when the footage didn't match my memories. When the apartment acted like someone had been living there, someone else. But the camera never caught it. Or if it did, the evidence was erased, overwritten. Like the entire history of my life had been tampered with. I pressed the power button and waited for the screen to flicker to life. The grainy black and white images of my apartment filled the screen. The previous day's footage was loaded up. I fast-forwarded through the morning, the afternoon, the evening. Then I slowed down as I hit midnight. There. Movement. A figure crossed the hallway just beyond the kitchen. The shape was blurred, indistinct, too fast to make out details. But it was definitely not me. I rewound, watched it again. The figure paused near the door, then disappeared out of frame. I leaned closer, heart pounding. The camera angle didn't show the whole hallway, just the edge, but that was enough. I grabbed my phone and snapped pictures of the screen. This was proof. Proof someone else was here. Proof they were erasing themselves. I heard a noise behind me and spun around. The hallway was empty. The apartment was silent except for the low hum of the refrigerator. My skin prickled. I was alone, but not. It was then that I noticed the small pile of mail on the floor near the door, letters and magazines, some opened, some not. I hadn't seen them before. I'd been meticulous about opening my mail every day. These had been missed. Maybe deliberately. I knelt down and sifted through. One envelope caught my eye. It was addressed to me but had a different handwriting, sloppy, hurried. The postmark was from 2 days ago. I opened it carefully. Inside was a note, folded several times, the paper crumpled at the edges. You're not the only one here. Watch your back. No signature. My hands trembled as I held it. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to scream. I wanted to believe it was some elaborate prank. But it wasn't. It was a warning. I shoved the note into my pocket and stood up, pacing the small apartment. The walls seemed to close in around me. The faint smell of something burnt lingered in the air. I couldn't place it. I needed help. I couldn't keep this to myself. But who could I trust? My phone buzzed suddenly, a text from Claire. "Hey, you okay? You missed dinner. Call me when you get a chance." Claire. My closest friend, the only person I told about the weird footage. She didn't know the whole truth, only that I felt off. I typed back, trying to sound normal. "Hey, yeah. Just tired. Let's meet tomorrow." I stared at the screen, then locked the phone and slipped it into my pocket. The night dragged on. I kept checking the door, the windows, the locks. Every creak, every whisper of movement made me jump. Silence. Complete silence. By dawn, I was exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and started cross-referencing the security footage with my calendar, looking for any gaps, any inconsistencies. The discrepancies were creeping in more often now. Days where I swore I'd been home were blank on the footage. Nights where I remembered falling asleep early showed me pacing the hallway. The more I looked, the more it became clear someone had been living my life alongside mine. Not just copying it, but erasing me, bit by bit. I closed the laptop and rubbed my eyes. The morning light was pale, filtering through the blinds. The apartment felt colder. I wasn't sure if it was temperature or just dread settling in. The phone buzzed again. Another text from Claire. "Seriously, call me. Something's up." I hesitated, then dialed. Her voice came through, warm and worried. "Hey, you sound awful. What's going on?" I swallowed. "I think someone's been in my apartment. Not just once. For days, maybe weeks. Living here. Using my stuff. Are you serious?" Her voice cracked. "Yeah. And I found this." I told her about the note. There was a long pause. "You need to call the police." "I don't know. What if they don't believe me? What if this person's watching everything I do? Crazy, right? We'll figure it out. You're not alone." Her words should have comforted me, but the knot in my chest tightened. I wasn't sure if I believed that either. After we hung up, I sat back down and looked around the apartment again. Every shadow seemed deeper, every corner darker. The scratch on the doorframe caught my eye once more. I reached out, heart hammering, and traced it again. It was fresh, still sharp under my fingertips. Then I heard it. Not footsteps this time, but a faint tapping. Coming from the living room window. Slow. Rhythmic. Like a heartbeat. I froze. The window was closed. Locked. Curtains drawn. The tapping stopped. Silence. I didn't breathe. After what felt like forever, I crept toward the window, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. I pulled back the curtain an inch. Nothing. No one. Just the empty street, the rustling leaves, and a single piece of paper stuck to the glass. I reached out and peeled it off, unfolding it carefully. "I see you." My hands went ice cold. I dropped the note. The apartment felt suddenly smaller, the walls pressing in. This wasn't just about someone living here. They wanted me to know. They wanted me to be afraid. And they were still here. Still watching. I stood there, the note crumpled in my palm, its words burning into my skin even though it was just paper. "I see you." The phrase echoed, louder than any noise in the silent apartment. My breath hitched, a dry rasp in my chest like I'd swallowed shards of glass. The air felt thicker, colder somehow, as if the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, had shrunk, the walls inching closer with every heartbeat. I swallowed hard and glanced at the scratch on the doorframe again. It was still fresh, jagged beneath my fingertips. Someone had been here while I was away, or asleep. Time no longer made sense. The scratches weren't just marks. They were messages. Warnings. Proof. I needed to get out. I thought about grabbing my phone and calling someone, anyone, but the battery icon blinked red, mocking me. No use. I was alone. Or so I thought. The window was locked, the curtains drawn tight, but that tapping, it had come from outside. Someone close enough to touch the glass, close enough to know I was inside. I paced the room, every creak and groan of the building twisting my nerves tighter. I tried to think. There had to be a pattern, a clue to what this was about. Why erase my presence? Why live my life while I was around? It didn't make sense in any rational way. And yet, the evidence was undeniable. I sat down on the edge of the couch, the fabric rough against my palms. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee and something else, cigarette smoke, maybe? But I hadn't smoked in months. That smell wasn't mine. A flicker from the corner of my eye drew me to the hallway mirror. I caught my reflection, pale and drawn, eyes wide with exhaustion. I looked haunted. I looked like I needed answers. Then I heard it again, the faint tapping, this time from the front door. Slow. Deliberate. Like a countdown. My pulse quickened. I moved toward the door, every nerve screaming to run, but curiosity rooted me in place. I knelt, pressing my ear against the wood. The tapping stopped. Silence. I stood and pulled the door open just a crack. Nothing. Just the dimly lit corridor, empty and still. No footsteps. No shadow retreating. Nothing. Hello? I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. I closed the door and leaned against it, heart hammering. Whoever this was, they knew me. Knew my routines, my habits. They had access to my place, my life, and all the evidence I relied on to prove I was here. I couldn't go back to sleep. Couldn't pretend this was just a nightmare. I grabbed my laptop from the kitchen counter. The battery was low, but it flickered on. I pulled up the security footage again, scrolling through the last 48 hours. That's when I saw it. Me, or someone like me, moving through the apartment. But not quite right. The figure's movements were too smooth, too rehearsed. The clothes didn't match what I remembered wearing. The hair was the same length, the build similar, but the face blurred, as if the camera or someone else was deliberately obscuring it. And then the worst part, at one point, the figure opened the fridge and removed a carton of milk. I remember doing the same, but the carton was different. It wasn't mine. I closed the laptop with a snap, my hands trembling. Someone had been living here, wearing my life like a second skin. They'd erased all traces of themselves, but I could see the cracks, the glimpses. I needed help. I dialed my sister's number, fingers fumbling. The line rang, then went straight to voicemail. I tried again. Same result. Panic settled in my chest like a stone. No one was answering. No one knew what was happening. I sank onto the floor, the cold plaster pressing through my jeans. My mind raced. If I couldn't trust my own memories, my own home, then what was left? The tapping started again, this time from the bedroom window. Sharp, insistent. I forced myself up, every step heavy. I pulled the curtain aside. It was dark outside, but something caught the streetlight, a small camera mounted on the fire escape. I hadn't noticed it before. I touched it lightly. Someone had been watching me, recording every moment. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I thought I might collapse. I needed to leave. I needed to get away from this apartment, this trap. I grabbed my keys and jacket, ready to go, but then I stopped. The scratch on the door frame, the note on the window, the camera. Whoever this was, they wanted me here. They wanted me trapped. I opened the door, stepping into the hallway. The silence was suffocating. Then I heard a voice, low and calm, coming from down the corridor. "Don't leave." I froze. The voice was unmistakably mine, or close enough to fool anyone. "No," I whispered, backing into the apartment and slamming the door shut. Locks clicked into place, but the voice came again, closer this time. "You can't escape." "Not now." I swallowed hard. The point of no return wasn't a place. It was a moment, and I had just crossed it. My heart hammered as shadows stretched along the walls, twisting into shapes I couldn't name. I pressed my back against the door, breath shallow, trying to steady the storm inside me. The voice whispered once more, a chilling promise that I was no longer alone and that leaving was never truly an option. The locks clicked into place behind me, a hollow rattle that barely muffled the voice slipping through the cracks of the door. I pressed my forehead against the cold wood, trying to will the pounding in my chest into silence. The air inside the apartment tasted stale, thick with dust and something else, something faintly metallic, like the remnants of old blood or rust. I swallowed hard. No, I wasn't going to lose it here. Not like this. The voice came again, softer this time, almost coaxing. "Why do you run? This is your home." I wanted to scream, to tell it to leave, but the words tangled in my throat. Instead, I slid down to the floor, knees pulled up, back against the door. My fingers trembled as I reached for my phone. It was dead. Of course it was. Battery drained like my hope. Something shifted in the silence. A faint scrape closer now along the hallway wall. My breath caught as I listened, straining to hear over the thudding of my heart. The scrape became a slow, deliberate step. One, then another. The hallway light flickered, casting long, jittery shadows that danced like they were mocking me. I blinked hard. Maybe I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a trick of the tired eye. But then, the door handle rattled. I didn't move. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms until the pain grounded me, until I stopped feeling like I was about to dissolve into the floorboards. "Open up," the voice said, softer, but with the same eerie calm. "I'm not here to hurt you." I laughed, a dry, broken sound that echoed off the walls. "Then why are you doing this? Why pretend to be me? Why erase everything?" No answer. Just silence. The handle stopped rattling. Moments stretched thin. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and uneven. The apartment felt smaller, the walls pressing inward like a trap closing. I forced myself to stand, shaky but determined. I needed to see this thing face to face, to finally understand what was happening. I edged toward the door and peeked through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty save for the flickering light and the faint smell of wet concrete. I blinked, heart still hammering. Was it a trick? Had I imagined the steps? The voice? A soft thunk echoed from inside the apartment, back inside. I spun around, eyes wide. The kitchen. Footsteps. Slow. Intentional. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy glass bottle from the counter, and held it at my side like a talisman. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. "Come out," the voice said again, this time from behind me. I whirled around. There was nothing. No one. My breath hitched. The voice. It was all around me, inside my head now, like an echo trap between my ears. "Why are you afraid?" it asked, softer this time. Closer. I wanted to scream, but my mouth was dry. I stumbled back, bumping into the wall, fingers scrabbling for the light switch. The overhead bulb buzzed and popped, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the thin glow from the streetlights outside. I reached the living room, heart hammering against my ribs. The shadow in the corner shifted. My eyes sharpened. It was me. Or someone, somehow, wearing my exact clothes, with my face, my build. But the eyes were different. Hollow. Cold. "Who are you?" I whispered. My voice cracked. The figure smiled. Not a friendly smile. Something tight and knowing. "You don't know?" it said, tilting its head. "We're the same, you and I. Two halves of the same life." I shook my head, disbelief twisting in my gut. "That's not possible." "Isn't it?" The figure stepped forward, the floor creaking beneath its weight. "You think you've been living this life alone? I've been here all along, watching, waiting, filling in the blanks you refuse to see." My hands trembled. The bottle felt heavy and useless. "Why? Why erase me?" The figure's eyes glinted. "Because you were weak. Because you forgot who you were. I'm the better version." A laugh bubbled up from my throat, bitter and raw. "Better? You're a shadow. A lie." The figure shrugged. "Maybe. Or maybe I'm the truth you couldn't face. Look around. Your life is a mess. Memories slipping through your fingers. I'm the one holding it together." I swallowed against a lump in my throat. The apartment suddenly felt suffocating, like the walls were closing in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with unspoken threats. "Let me go," I said, voice steadier than I thought possible. The figure shook its head. "Not yet. We have unfinished business." I wanted to run, but the door slammed shut behind me. My reflection stared back from the dark window, fractured and strange. "Why now?" I whispered. "Because you're awake. And I'm hungry for more." The room grew colder. The flickering light above finally gave out, plunging me into darkness. My breath came fast, shallow. I was trapped. With myself. And something far worse. Silence swallowed the apartment. Then the voice, a whisper in the dark, "Let's begin." A cold hand brushed my shoulder, icy and unreal. Panic clawed at my chest, but I forced myself to breathe. "What do you want from me?" I demanded into the darkness. The only answer was a low, cruel chuckle. The room was utterly dark. No flicker, no glow. Just silence, the kind that presses against your eardrums until you're not sure if you're hearing anything at all or if your own blood is thundering in your head. My mind raced with possibilities. I could feel the cold hand on my shoulder, lingering there, a weight that wasn't quite solid but no less chilling. "Let's begin," it whispered again. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the breath that kept catching in my throat. The voice wasn't mine, but it wasn't entirely alien either, like a warped echo. I couldn't move. Not because I was frozen, but because every muscle seemed to have forgotten how to obey. "Why are you doing this?" I managed, my voice barely above a breath. "What do you want from me?" There was a pause. Then the rough exhale of a laugh, not quite human, but not mechanical either. "You think this is about me?" the voice said, lower now, edged with something almost weary. "It's never been about me." I blinked into the darkness, trying to focus. The air smelled like damp concrete and something faintly metallic, like old pennies in a forgotten drawer. My skin prickled. The cold wasn't just from the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. It was from the presence, the way it clung to me like a second skin. Then, slowly, the edges of the room began to shift. Not visually, there was still only darkness, but in my mind. Memories, or what I thought were memories, started to unravel. I saw flashes, snippets of my own life that didn't belong to me. Moments I hadn't lived, places I hadn't been. A version of me that walked down the street when I was supposed to be home. A laugh I never heard myself make, a phrase I never said. "Your life," the voice said softly, "was never just yours. You lived beside me, but you never saw me." I closed my eyes, trying to shut it out, but the images kept flooding in. I was a stranger to my own past, a ghost watching someone else's shadow dance on the walls. When I opened my eyes again, the hand was gone. The silence returned, but it felt hollow now, like the apartment had emptied itself of everything real. I took a step forward, the floor cold beneath my bare feet, and reached for the light switch. Nothing. I stood there for what felt like hours, waiting for dawn, waiting for the nightmare to end. But when the first weak rays of sunlight filtered through the blinds, they didn't bring relief. Instead, they illuminated the apartment's eerie stillness. The next day, I called the landlord, my voice shaky as I asked if anyone else had access to my unit. "No," she said firmly. "You're the only tenant. No one else has keys." I didn't believe her. How could she not know? The thought of someone living in the same walls, erasing my life bit by bit, gnawed at me. I searched every corner, every closet, every crevice. Nothing. No sign of intrusion. No hidden rooms. Just me and the emptiness. But I wasn't sure if I was still me anymore. Part of me had been stolen, overridden by whoever or whatever had taken my place. That night, I sat by the window, the city lights flickering like distant stars. I reached for my phone, fingers trembling, and typed a message to my sister. "I don't know who I am anymore." She called right away, her voice tight with concern. "What's going on? You sound different." I tried to explain, but the words tangled in my throat. How do you tell someone that the person you see in the mirror might be an imposter? That your memories are borrowed, your life a lie? "I'm coming over," she said firmly. "We'll figure this out together." When she arrived, the apartment felt less like a prison. Her presence filled the space with warmth and noise, the smell of coffee, the soft rustle of pages as she sat down beside me with a book she thought I'd like. For the first time in days, I let myself breathe. We talked for hours, piecing together the fragments of my fractured reality. She reminded me of who I was, the little things I'd forgotten, the habits, the stories only I knew. But even as her voice anchored me, a shadow lingered at the edges of my mind. "I don't think it's over," I whispered, more to myself than to her. She looked at me, eyes steady. "Then we face it. Whatever it is." The days that followed were a slow unraveling and rebuilding. I changed the locks, installed new cameras, ones I could watch in real time. I started keeping a journal, writing down every detail, every moment, as if to reclaim my life one word at a time. But sometimes, late at night, I'd catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A flicker on the security feed that wasn't me. a shadow passing by the window when I was sure I was alone. And I wondered if that presence was still there, watching, waiting. Maybe it never left. The experience hollowed something out of me but filled it with a new kind of vigilance. I stopped taking my memories for granted, questioned every familiar face, every routine. I learned to live with the uncertainty, the quiet terror of knowing that someone else had lived inside me for a while. It was a bitter victory. Sometimes, when the apartment was silent and the night stretched long, I rehearsed what I would say if that shadow ever spoke again. Not with fear, not with confusion, but with calm, with the hard-won strength of someone who had lost herself and found a way back. Not this time, I'd say. Because even if the cracks in my life were never fully sealed, I wasn't going to disappear. Not without a fight. And maybe that was enough. Story 5. The Endless Mall. Mannequins that mimic you. The mall had always been my refuge, a strange sort of sanctuary where the hum of fluorescent lights and the low murmur of shoppers blurred into white noise. I had gone there on a whim, really. Just an afternoon to kill, wandering between storefronts, pretending to browse while nursing my phone's battery down to nothing. The air smelled faintly of cinnamon and plastic, a scent I never noticed before, but now seemed to cling to my skin. The tiles beneath my feet were cool, slick, and something about the lighting seemed harsher, more artificial than usual. The kind of light that doesn't just illuminate but exposes. I paused by a row of mannequins dressed in the season's latest fashion, their glossy faces frozen in perpetual smiles. They were nothing new. Mannequins had always been there, silent sentinels of style. But this time, when I caught their reflections in the glass, I swore one of them blinked. Just once. I shook my head, reminding myself I was staring too long. Crazy, I muttered under my breath. I started walking again, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my shoes tapping the tile crisp and clear in the quiet corridor, which felt emptier than it should have been for a Saturday afternoon. The usual chatter and footsteps were distant, as if muffled by some invisible barrier. I passed by a clothing store with a window display that had changed since my last visit, no longer a chaotic mix of colors but a neat, sterile arrangement. The mannequins inside mirrored my movements with unsettling precision. When I tilted my head, so did they. When I shifted my weight from one foot to the other, they shifted too. I stopped dead. Maybe it was a trick of light, or the angle, but the synchronization was too exact. I took a deliberate step forward, they followed. I stepped back, they mimicked me again. Goosebumps rose on my arms, though the air was warm, almost too warm for a place that was supposed to be air-conditioned. Okay, that's weird, I admitted aloud, glancing around to see if anyone else noticed. But the corridor remained deserted. No employees, no shoppers, no casual observers. Just me and the mannequins. I decided to turn away, to ignore the growing prickle of unease. But as I did, I realized the corridor behind me wasn't the same one I just walked through. The layout had shifted. The familiar corner store, the little cafe I always stopped at for a latte, gone. Instead, an unfamiliar exit sign flickered weakly in the distance, casting a sickly green glow. I stopped again. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn. It was easy to get turned around in this part of the mall, especially with the way the corridors branched off and looped. Still, something about the silence made me hesitate. The distant hum of air conditioning was steady but hollow, like the mall itself was holding its breath. I tried retracing my steps. Left, then right, then left again. But the corridors stretched endlessly, all stretching and compressing as if breathing. I pressed my palm against the cool glass of a store window, the surface sticky with a faint film. The mannequins inside were still watching. Not just looking, they were watching. I dropped my bag, and the soft thud echoed unnaturally loud. I realized I hadn't heard anyone else make a sound in minutes. No footsteps, no chatter, no background music. Just the mannequins, their blank eyes following me. I sank to the floor, the cool tiles biting through my jeans. My hands trembled as I dug into my pockets, searching for the phone I thought I had in my bag. Nothing. No phone, no wallet, just the bag, now strangely lighter. I must have left it somewhere else, maybe at the entrance. The thought of retracing my steps made my stomach twist. A sharp clatter from down the hall snapped my attention up. Something had fallen, but there was no one to see it. My breath caught. I tried to convince myself it was a dropped item, a cup, maybe, or a stack of magazines. But the sound was too deliberate, too close. I stood, heart hammering. The mannequins were still there, frozen in place, but I could swear their heads had turned slightly. Not in unison this time, one to the left, another to the right. They seemed to be scanning the hallway. I swallowed hard, the taste of dry plastic on my tongue. I told myself I was imagining things, that the mall's strange layout was playing tricks on me. But the unease settled deeper, threading into my bones. I started walking again, eyes darting from shadow to shadow. The mall's usual buzz was gone, replaced by a thick, almost tangible silence. The air had grown heavy and stale, carrying a faint odor of dust and something metallic like iron, but faint, almost imperceptible. I rounded a corner and froze. There, in the middle of the corridor, stood a single mannequin unlike the others. It was dressed plainly, in a wrinkled shirt and faded jeans, its face molded with an uncanny realism. The eyes were glassy but seemed to catch the light differently, as if they were reflecting something beyond the polished floor tiles. I blinked. The mannequin's head tilted just a fraction, and I took a step back. My breath hitched. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. A voice crackled softly through the overhead speakers. Static, then a faint whisper. "Welcome." I jerked my head toward the ceiling, but the voice was gone. Only the dull hum of the ventilation system remained. "Welcome to what?" I whispered to myself, heart slamming against my ribs. I looked around frantically. The corridor stretched in every direction, all unfamiliar. The mannequins seemed to have multiplied, lining the walls like silent witnesses. And then it hit me, the mannequins weren't just mimicking me. They were watching, recording. Every glance, every movement, every private moment I thought had gone unnoticed was being captured. The thought made my skin crawl. Not just for the invasion of privacy, but for the implications. Who was watching? Why? And what did they intend to do with what they'd seen? My hand shook as a cold realization settled over me. I wasn't just lost in a mall that rearranged itself. I was trapped in a gallery of secrets, exposed to an audience I couldn't see, controlled by eyes that never blinked. I swallowed hard, the taste bitter and sharp. I needed to find a way out. Before the mall showed me exactly how much it knew. The mannequins didn't move when I wasn't looking, but I was convinced they weren't lifeless either. I started walking again, slower this time, eyes darting from one mannequin to the next. Their blank faces caught the flickering fluorescent lights in a way that made them seem almost alive, like puppets waiting for a cue. I tried not to think about the last time I'd felt this watched, but my mind kept drifting back to college, that party where I'd slipped up and said things I regretted. What if someone had recorded that? What if this place had been watching me then? The corridors twisted ahead, the beige tiles and sterile walls rearranging subtly as I moved. I stopped at a junction, the smell of stale air mixed with faint hints of cinnamon and burnt coffee lingering around. Somewhere, a distant buzz of a freezer hummed steadily. It was the kind of background noise you only noticed when everything else was too quiet. That quiet wasn't peaceful though. It was tense. Like the calm before a storm. I glanced back and caught a mannequin out of the corner of my eye. It was a woman, dressed in a red coat, her arms hanging loosely by her sides. I froze, heart skipping. The figure was positioned exactly as I had stood seconds before, hands in pockets, head tilted slightly down. I swallowed hard. This wasn't mimicry. It was mimicry with purpose. I backed away slowly, eyes locked on the figure. Then I noticed the small cameras embedded in the irises of the mannequin's glass eyes. Tiny lenses, almost invisible unless you were looking for them. The discovery was like a punch to the gut. They weren't just mannequins, they were surveillance devices. My mind raced. Cameras meant someone was monitoring this place in real time. But who? And why? I ran a hand through my hair, feeling the roughness of the plaster ceiling above as I looked up, searching for a security room, a control booth, anything. Then I heard footsteps. Not my own echo, but a deliberate, measured pace. I spun around. No one. Just more mannequins. Their faces blank, their eyes unblinking. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Was I imagining the sound? I pressed my back against a wall, heart hammering. The wall seemed to pulse around me, the corridor narrowing and stretching like a living thing. I forced myself to move again, but this time, I was more cautious. I made a mental note of every mannequin I passed, their outfits, their postures, anything that might help me track changes. If the mall was rearranging itself, maybe the mannequins could help me map it. I found a directory kiosk, but the screen was cracked and flickering. The map was useless. I tapped the glass, the sound sharp and hollow in the eerie silence. I tried to call out, voice low and shaky. Hello? Is anyone there? No answer. Just the hum of the ventilation system and the distant buzz of that freezer. I noticed something else, small wires running along the baseboards, hidden beneath the carpet edges. They looked fresh, like they'd been installed recently. My stomach churned. Whoever set this up was meticulous, watching from multiple angles, controlling the environment. This wasn't an accident. It was a trap. I tried to push down the panic rising in my chest. I needed a plan. First, find a place to hide, somewhere off the main corridors, and examine the mannequins more closely. Maybe I could find a way to disable the cameras or at least understand their network. I ducked into a side passage lined with closed shop doors. The air smelled musty here, like old leather and dust. A faint buzzing noise grew louder, coming from behind one of the metal shutters. I crouched and peered through the cracks. Inside was a small storage room, filled with boxes and tangled wires. A flickering fluorescent light overhead cast long, jittery shadows. Against one wall stood a mannequin, dressed differently than the others, plain, unadorned, with a small, blinking red light in its chest. It was some kind of transmitter or recorder. I reached out, finger trembling, and touched the cold plastic. It felt heavier than the others, like it housed equipment inside. My heart raced. This was it. Proof that the mannequins weren't just decorative. They were part of a surveillance system, and I was the subject. Suddenly, footsteps echoed down the corridor outside the storage room. I froze. The sound was deliberate, slow, cautious. Someone was coming. I ducked behind a stack of boxes, barely daring to breathe. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. A man. Middle-aged, wearing a security uniform that looked worn but official. He carried a clipboard, eyes scanning the room like he was checking off a list. I held my breath. He didn't see me. He approached the mannequin, crouched down, and whispered something. Status check, he muttered. Subject still inside. Cameras operational. No anomalies. His voice was low, clinical, but something about it made my skin crawl. He wasn't just a guard. He was part of this. Part of the system that had trapped me here, that had been watching me all along. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stay silent. But my legs were like lead. The man stood up and moved to leave, but paused. "Remember," he said quietly, "we're not just watching. We're waiting. The audience wants to see the truth." The words hit me like a cold slap. Audience? Truth? What truth? I swallowed hard, the bitter tang of fear and something worse, exposure, filling my mouth. As the door clicked shut, I realized I had to keep moving. I had to find out who was behind this before my secrets were broadcast to whatever twisted spectators were out there. But where to go? Every corridor looked the same, every mannequin a silent sentinel. And somewhere deep beneath the mall's sterile surface, the cameras were still recording. The door clicked shut behind him, the sound echoing sharp and final. I swallowed, the bitter taste of fear, sharp and metallic, rising in my throat. Audience. Truth. The guard's words had settled inside me like a stone I couldn't dislodge. What truth? What audience? And why was I the main act in this twisted show? I ran my fingers over my face, skin prickling with sweat despite the cold that seeped from the tiled floor. I forced my legs to move, stepping into the corridor. The mannequins flanked the hallway, their blank eyes and frozen poses more menacing than ever. I knew they weren't just mimicking me anymore. They were watching. Recording. Collecting every twitch, every whispered confession, every fractured thought I didn't even realize I was voicing aloud. The air smelled faintly of bleach and old carpet, the kind of antiseptic smell that always reminds me of hospitals or morgues. Not comforting. Not here. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on the faintest clue, the way the corridor seemed to stretch longer than before, the soft flicker of the lights above, the way the mannequin's head subtly shifted when I glanced away. I wasn't imagining it. The mall itself was rearranging me, corralling me like a rat. I stopped, staring down a side passage I hadn't noticed before. It was narrower, less brightly lit, with peeling wallpaper curling at the edges, cheap, floral patterns that clashed with the glossy commercial feel of the rest of the mall. The mannequins there were different too. More lifelike, with painted eyelashes and fingers slightly bent as if caught in a gesture. One had a cracked cheek, the kind of imperfection that made it feel less like a display and more like a person frozen in time. I stepped closer, heart knocking so loudly I was sure the mannequins could hear it. Then I saw it, a tiny blinking red light hidden beneath the mannequin's collarbone. A camera. They weren't just static figures. They were surveillance devices. And I was the subject. A cold wave rolled through me, icy fingers wrapping around my chest. I pressed my palm against the wall, rough plaster scraping my skin, grounding me. There was no way out without passing under their watchful gaze. Every secret, every private failure, every moment I thought was mine alone, it was all being recorded. And who was watching? The guard's words replayed in my mind, the audience wants to see the truth. But whose truth? My truth? Or the version they wanted to show? I took a deep breath, tasting the acrid tang of fear mixed with something darker, shame. I wanted to turn and run, but the corridors had shifted again, the passage I came from now just a blank wall lined with mannequins. I was trapped. I moved forward, the floor tiles cold and cracked beneath my feet. The mannequins on either side seemed to lean closer, their glass eyes reflecting my every move. I tried to focus on anything else, the hum of the ventilation system, the faint scent of stale popcorn from a concession stand long closed, the distant thud of footsteps that could have been my own echo or someone else's. Then I heard it, a soft voice, barely audible, coming from a small speaker embedded in the wall. "Don't fight it," it said, calm and clinical. "The audience doesn't want lies." I spun around. No one. Just more mannequins. Their faces, so lifeless, seemed to mock me. I swallowed hard. The voice was different from the guards, softer, almost soothing. But there was a coldness beneath it that made my skin crawl. I edged forward, heart hammering, sweat slicking my palms. The walls seemed to close in, the corridor bending unnaturally. It felt like the mall was breathing around me, alive with silent watchers. I spotted a door ahead, half open, light spilling out in a harsh rectangle. I ran toward it, desperate for escape or at least answers. Inside was a small room, walls lined with monitors showing dozens of camera feeds, hallways, stores, mannequins, and me. I stood there, caught in hundreds of angles, every movement magnified on the screens. My breath caught. A figure sat in the corner, back to me, fingers tapping rhythmically on a keyboard. The air smelled of cold coffee and cigarette smoke, a sharp contrast to the mall's sterile scent. "I've been expecting you," the voice said without turning around. Low, controlled, but with an edge that set my nerves on fire. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice cracking. The figure finally turned, revealing a pale face with dark circles and sharp eyes that burned through me. "Someone who knows your truth," they said. "And someone who knows that running won't save you." I felt the walls closing tighter. This wasn't just a game of cat and mouse. It was a trap designed to strip me bare, expose every hidden piece of myself to an audience I couldn't see and couldn't stop. "Why?" I whispered. "What do you want from me?" The figure smiled, slow and deliberate. "You're not just a subject. You're the story. And the story isn't over yet. Not until the audience gets what they came for." I wanted to scream, to demand release, but my voice caught in my throat. Outside, the mannequins watched. Inside, the cameras recorded. And I was utterly alone, caught in a maze with no exit and no privacy left to give. I realized then there was no turning back. I had stepped beyond the point of no return. Whatever this was, whatever they wanted, it was already too late for escape. And the audience? They were waiting. The figure's words hung in the stale air like a weight I couldn't shake. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat thickening. The walls felt like they were inching closer, the corridors twisting again, just like before. Only now, the unease wasn't only about where I was going, but what I was becoming. Exposure. Vulnerability. And worst of all, helplessness. Someone who knows your truth. That voice wasn't a threat wrapped in mystery anymore. It was a statement. A fact. I couldn't deny it. Not anymore. I turned slowly, trying to catch a glimpse of this shadow that had stepped out of the dark. The figure was gone. No trace except the faint scent of damp concrete and something metallic like old coins or rusted pipes. I blinked, scanning the corridor lined with mannequins in various poses, some poised to smile, others frozen mid-step, all eerily mirroring me like silent sentinels. I needed air. Fresh air. But the ceiling lights dimmed again, throwing the hall into uneven shadows. The mannequin's eyes caught the light, glinting. Watching. Always watching. I moved forward cautiously. My shoes squeaked against the polished floor, a sharp, unnatural sound that seemed to echo endlessly. The walls shifted subtly, a quiet groan beneath the sterile surface, like the mall itself was breathing, alive and watching. Hands trembling, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small mirror I'd taken from the cosmetics section days ago, the one I used to check my reflection when I thought I might lose my mind. I held it up, angling it toward the mannequins. Their faces stared back at me, blank and unreadable, but something was off. One of them, no, not just one, was positioned differently than before. A head tilted slightly, a hand raised as if to shield its eyes from something. It mimicked not just my movements, but emotions. I shivered. No, they weren't just copying me. They were studying me. Recording. Cataloging every twitch, every glance, every hesitation. The magnitude of it pressed down on me. Every private moment I thought was mine alone had been captured. Stored. Shared. For who? The audience the figure mentioned? Invisible eyes lurking behind those glassy stares? A sudden noise shattered the silence. A soft click, like a camera shutter. I whipped around. No one. Just the mannequins. But they were all facing me now, their heads turned in unison as if responding to the sound. I backed up, heart thudding painfully against my ribs. The air tasted thick, stale, like a forgotten cellar. I tried to steady my breath. Why? I whispered again, voice cracking. Why me? What do you want? A new voice answered, so close I nearly jumped. Because you have something to hide. I spun, eyes searching the shadowed corners. No sign of anyone. The voice was calm, controlled, but laced with something colder than the chilly air tugging at my skin. Hide? What are you talking about? My voice was stronger than I expected, though my hands shook. Secrets, the voice said. Everyone has them. But yours? They're juicy. Worth watching. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to make sense of the maze I was trapped in. The mannequins shifted again, their shadows stretching unnervingly long. I noticed a faint glow coming from a nearby storefront, screens flickering with static, then images of me. Not just random shots. Moments I never wanted anyone to see, the long nights spent crying in the fitting room, the whispered phone calls where I begged someone to understand, the times I stole glances at people I shouldn't have trusted. My throat closed tight. My body bristled. This wasn't just surveillance, it was humiliation. Who set this up? I demanded, voice raw. No answer. Only the distant hum of an air vent and the occasional drip of water somewhere behind the walls. I took a shaky step forward, then another. The corridor twisted again, and suddenly I was standing in front of a massive glass display. Inside, the mannequins were arranged in a circle, eyes all fixed inward, as if they were watching something or someone at the center. And there, in the middle, was a small podium. On it, a tablet glowing with a live feed of me, currently pacing the hall like a caged animal. I stared at my own face, reflected back at me from every angle. Every anxious twitch, every flash of panic, every faltering breath. I wanted to smash the screen, to erase it all. But I was frozen, naked under their gaze. A sudden realization hit me. This wasn't random. It was personal. Someone had built this labyrinth, this twisted gallery, just for me. Someone who understood me, who knew what buttons to press to unravel me completely. I forced myself to speak, voice low, steadying. If you think this breaks me, you're wrong. A slow, deliberate clapping echoed through the empty corridor. I spun around. There, leaning casually against a pillar, was the figure from before, the one with the pale face and burning eyes. You think you're stronger than the story? They said, voice silk over steel. The story owns you. Every secret, every shame. And now it's time for the audience to see the final act. I swallowed the urge to run, to plead. Instead, I asked, what do you want from me? They smiled, a smile that didn't reach their eyes. Not what, but who. Who you really are, stripped bare. The truth behind the mask. My chest tightened. I hated masks. I'd worn so many. In this place, they'd all been torn away. And yet, the person left behind was still fighting. I noticed then, beneath their calm exterior, a subtle tremor, a flicker of doubt. I wasn't sure if it was hope or fear. Why me? I repeated, louder this time. Because no one watches the story they don't care about, they said. And you're the main event. A shiver ran down my spine. The mannequins around us shifted again, inching closer, their glossy eyes never leaving me. I had no choice but to face them. To face myself. Fine, I said, voice steady despite the storm inside. Show them everything. But don't expect me to break. The figure nodded, stepping aside. The lights dimmed further. The screens around us flickered on, flooding the space with images, sounds, memories I thought long buried. I stood in the center of it all, exposed and vulnerable, but alive. Because sometimes, the darkest places reveal the strongest light. And mine was just beginning to burn. The screens blinked off one by one, until the mall's cold, fluorescent hum was all that remained. I swallowed hard, my throat dry and raw. The weight of exposure pressed down on me, not just the shame, but the sharp, gnawing realization that someone, somewhere, had been watching for a long time. Not supernatural watchers, no. Real people. People who knew how to manipulate fear, how to twist it into control. Why me? The question lingered in the stale air. I'd asked it aloud before, but now it felt different, less desperate, more defiant. I wasn't just a random victim lost in a shifting maze. I was a target, chosen for reasons I hadn't fully understood until now. The figure who had spoken before was gone. Vanished like a shadow at dawn. The mannequins, those silent sentinels, remained still, but their presence was heavier now. Like they were waiting for me to make the next move. Or maybe for me to break. I took a shaky breath and forced my feet to move. The corridors were still rearranging around me, all sliding and folding like origami on some cruel whim. The air smelled faintly of bleach and dust, but beneath it was something else, something metallic, sharp, like the edge of anxiety itself. I couldn't shake the feeling that every step echoed through hidden speakers, that my movements were still being tracked. I imagined those glossy figures recording everything, not just the big moments but the small, private ones, the way I rubbed my temples when I was tired, the way my fingers trembled when I thought no one was watching. There was a bitterness in that thought. The idea that my most vulnerable moments had been stolen, catalogued, and weaponized. The mall wasn't just a trap of walls and mirrors. It was a trap of exposure, a living, breathing predator that fed on secrets. I remember the days before all this, the feeling of safety and routine, the small lies I told myself to feel normal. Now those lies felt like armor that had been stripped away, leaving me raw and exposed. And yet, somehow, I was still standing. I wandered through the shifting corridors until I found myself in the old food court. Empty tables spilled crumbs and sticky stains under flickering lights. The air was stale, thick with the ghost of fried foods and spilled soda. I sank into a cracked plastic chair, tracing the rough texture of the tabletop with my fingers. I thought about my life outside this place, the people I'd left behind, the chances I'd missed, the truths I'd hidden from myself and others. The mall hadn't just revealed my secrets, it had forced me to confront them. And that confrontation was exhausting. A slow, deliberate sound pulled me back, footsteps. Not the slow, shuffling kind I'd heard before, but deliberate, purposeful. I looked up, heart tightening. A man stepped into the dim light, his face obscured by the brim of a worn baseball cap. The mannequins behind him didn't move, but their presence felt like a silent chorus, watching. "You're not like the others," he said quietly, voice rough but not unkind. "Most break when they see themselves like that. But you stood your ground." I didn't answer right away. Part of me wanted to retreat, to disappear into the maze again. But another part, a stubborn ember, held firm. "Why me?" I asked again, the question more a statement this time. He shrugged, eyes scanning the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay as if weighing his next words. "Because you're real. Because you carry the weight of your own story, and that makes you dangerous to people who thrive on control. You're the main event because you refuse to be reduced to a spectacle." I blinked. That wasn't the answer I'd expected. Somewhere between the threat and the revelation, a sliver of understanding settled in. "So, what now?" I asked. "Do I just keep wandering? Keep playing into whatever game this is?" He shook his head. "No. You get out. You take what you've learned and you use it. This place, this trap, it's designed to isolate you, to make you doubt yourself. But the real power is in breaking that isolation, finding others, exposing the watchers." The words hit me like a cold splash of water. It was so simple, and yet so terrifying. The mall wasn't just about containment. It was about silence, about fear. And if I wanted to survive, I had to break both. I stood, legs stiff but steady. The mannequins watched, but this time I didn't flinch. I could almost hear the faint click of cameras hidden in their eyes, but I refused to be their exhibition anymore. "Where do I start?" I asked. He smiled, a brief flicker of something genuine. "Start with yourself. Then find a way out. And don't look back." The maze shifted again, corridors folding back into themselves like the mall was breathing, alive and waiting. But I was no longer just a piece on its board. I was a player. The next morning found me outside the mall's glass doors, sitting on the cracked pavement under a pale sky. The sunlight was weak but real, warm on my skin in a way the mall never was. I tasted the air, clean, sharp, and unfamiliar after so long underground. I didn't run. I didn't rush. Instead, I let the moment settle, the silence around me humming with a promise of something new. The experience had changed me. The secrets the mannequins had recorded, the fear they tried to impose, they were still there, shadows clinging to the edges of my mind. But the exposure hadn't broken me. It had stripped away the masks until only the raw, honest core remained. And that core was stronger than I'd known. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. The screen was cracked, a few missed calls and a dozen unread messages blinking back at me. I hesitated, fingers hovering. Then I dialed. "Hey," I said when the voice answered. "It's me. I'm okay." There was a pause, then relief washing through the line. "We were so worried. Where have you been?" "Somewhere I needed to go," I said. "And somewhere I needed to come back from." The aftermath wasn't neat or easy. There were questions, explanations, moments of doubt and fear. But I faced them all, piece by fragile piece. The mall's corridors might still rearrange themselves in nightmares, and the mannequin's eyes might haunt the edges of my memory. But I'd learned the hardest truth. The real monster wasn't the maze or the watchers. It was the silence we live in when we hide who we really are. And I wasn't willing to be silent anymore. Story 6, Vanishing Roads, Trapped in Impossible Terrain. I never thought roads could lie. Not like this, anyway. But there I was, gripping the steering wheel with knuckles pale enough to pass for bone, staring at a map that seemed to mock me with its neat, straight lines and place names that didn't match a single thing I was seeing. It started as an ordinary Saturday. I'd planned to drive out of town early, chasing some quiet I hadn't felt in months. The kind of quiet that wasn't just the absence of noise but a presence in itself, the whir of the wind through pine needles, the soft rustle of leaves underfoot. I hoped to find a patch of untouched forest, maybe a small lake or creek I could sit beside, listen to the water, think. The morning air was cool when I left, sharp enough to clear the fog from my head. My car's heater didn't seem to work quite right, but that was a minor irritation compared to the day ahead. The roads were familiar at first, the ones I'd taken 100 times before. I knew the curves, the dips that caught the headlights just so at night, the faded yellow signs warning of deer crossings. But then something shifted. The road began to narrow, the trees closing in tighter, their branches scraping the side of the car like fingers trying to wave me off. The sun, high and bright just moments before, suddenly felt dimmer, as if a thin veil had been drawn over the sky. I glanced at the map again. According to this, I should have hit the junction a mile back, a T intersection leading toward a ranger station. Nothing. No intersection. No sign of a clearing or any break in the trees. Just a ribbon of cracked asphalt curling ahead, winding deeper into a forest that looked older than the map suggested. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, convinced that maybe the light was playing tricks on me. The silence pressed in, thick and unnatural. No birdsong. No rustling creatures. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, a sharp, lonely sound that made me flinch. There was no way anyone lived out here, not really. I pulled over onto a patch of gravel and reached for my phone. Nothing. No bars. The screen blinked, no service. Of course. I wasn't even surprised anymore. My fingers traced the cracked screen, the cold glass contrasting with the warmth of my palm. A brief shiver ran down my spine. I tried calling my sister earlier, before I left. She had sounded tired, worn thin by the usual grind of city life. I told her I'd be fine, that I just needed some space, some silence. Now, the silence felt less like a gift and more like a warning. I folded the map out fully this time, laying it on the passenger seat. The forest around me looked endless, but the map showed a patchwork of roads and trails, tiny dots marking cabins and landmarks I didn't see anywhere. I tapped a spot labeled Old Mill, hoping for some clue. If I could reach it, maybe I could get help, or at least find a signal. The sun was slipping lower now, turning the sky a bruised purple. Shadows stretched long, and the temperature dropped until the air felt brittle and sharp against my skin. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough and stiff. The car's headlights caught something moving at the edge of the tree line. I blinked hard, but it was gone when I looked again. Maybe a deer. Maybe a trick of the light. My throat tightened. I told myself to breathe, to stay calm. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Not by animals. Something else. Something human. I started the engine and eased back onto the road, glancing at the map again. According to it, the road should lead me out of this maze in less than 20 minutes. But it didn't. Instead, the pavement thinned, cracked, and in places disappeared under moss and fallen leaves. Every turn seemed wrong, leading me deeper into woods that grew darker and more tangled. At one point, I swore I passed the same weathered mailbox twice. Same peeling paint, same crooked post. Impossible. I stopped and looked around, heart thudding. The trees looked the same. The moss on the bark, the pattern of shadows on the ground. I couldn't tell which way was forward anymore. I laughed quietly, though it felt hollow. Great, I muttered. Lost in the woods. Real original. The map still promised a road ahead, but all I saw was undergrowth pressing in close, a rough path disappearing into the trees. I stepped out, the dirt cool and damp under my shoes, the air thick with the scent of pine needles and something else earthy, almost metallic. I crouched down, fingers sifting through loose soil and dry leaves. The thought chilled me to the bone. No footprints. No tire tracks. No sign anyone else had been here in a while. The wind picked up, carrying a faint sound that made me freeze. A voice. A shout. I strained to listen, but it was gone as quickly as it came, swallowed by the forest. My pulse quickened, but I forced myself to breathe evenly. I climbed back into the car, locking the doors with a click that sounded louder than it should have. The radio was dead static, the dial spinning uselessly. The map lay open on the seat, edges curled and creased. I wondered if I'd made a mistake. If I'd been careless. But it was too late for regrets. The sun dipped below the horizon. The forest around me darkened into a shadowed blur. Somewhere beyond the trees, a branch snapped, a sharp, sudden sound that set my nerves jangling. I caught my breath and started the engine again, hands trembling slightly as I gripped the wheel. The road ahead looked empty, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Something waited just beyond the edge of the light, watching. Waiting. And the map? Nothing made sense anymore. The engine's hum was a poor companion against the dark's quiet menace. I forced my eyes back to the cracked dashboard clock, 8:17 p.m. The night was still young, but everything about it felt ancient, like the woods had been waiting for me all along. The scent of damp earth mixed with the faint smoke of something burning somewhere far off. It wasn't close enough to see, but it lingered in the air like a warning. The voice I'd heard earlier, was it real? Or had my mind started playing tricks? I gripped the steering wheel tighter. My hands trembled, betraying the calm I tried to project. I told myself it was an animal, a hunter maybe, or a lost camper like me. But that didn't make the sound any less sinister. A flash of movement caught my eye on the right side of the road. Something darted between the trees, too quick to identify. I slammed on the brakes, heart thudding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The car shuddered to a stop, and I stared into the darkness, waiting for the shape to reappear. Nothing. Just the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. I exhaled slowly. "Get it together," I muttered. "You're just tired." The map was still spread across the passenger seat, edges curling up like a dying leaf. I traced the route again, trying to make sense of the discrepancies. The road I was on didn't exist on the map, or at least not here. The junction I had passed was labeled as a T intersection, but I'd seen a fork, one path narrower, overgrown, nearly invisible. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe I'd missed a turn. Maybe that was how I got lost. I reached for my phone. No signal. Nothing but the cruel spinning wheel of hope that never connected. I tried again, counting the seconds like a mantra. Still nothing. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft tapping on the roof. I whipped my head upward, eyes wide. The rain had started, light at first, then heavier, drumming on the metal like impatient fingers. I wiped the windshield, but the wipers barely kept up with the downpour. I debated whether to keep driving or pull over. The rain blurred the edges of the forest, turning the trees into ink blots. I decided to stop. Better to wait out the storm. Or at least try to. I turned the car off, and the sudden silence was deafening. No engine hum. No radio static. Only the rain's relentless patter and the occasional crack of a distant branch breaking under the weight of the wet. I unlocked the door and stepped outside, the cold rain soaking through my jacket. The air smelled sharper now, like pine needles and wet moss. I pulled my collar up and scanned the perimeter. The woods pressed close, dark and impenetrable. No lights. No movement. Just the sound of my own breathing, ragged in the cold. I needed to think. To plan. To figure out where I was and how to get back. Back in the car, I pulled the map closer and studied it under the dome light. The paper's worn folds made it hard to see, but I noticed something odd. A series of small circles, hand-drawn in pencil, clustered around a stretch of road marked Old Mill Trail. The label wasn't on the printed map. Someone had added it later. Curious. I tried to recall if I'd seen any signs for an old mill. Nothing came to mind. But if the mill was nearby, maybe it could offer shelter or at least a landmark. I made a decision. I'd find that trail. Before I could start the engine, a sound froze me again. This time, it was closer. Footsteps? No, too light, like someone shifting weight, just beyond the tree line. I held my breath, eyes darting. Hello? I called, voice cracking. Is someone there? Silence. Then a soft rustle, like fabric brushing against leaves. I swallowed hard. Look, I don't want trouble. No answer. The radio, still dead, suddenly flickered for a second. A faint crackle, like a whisper. I leaned in, heart racing. Help, a voice hissed, barely audible. I jerked back, heart pounding. The radio cut out again. I had to be imagining things. The forest was playing tricks. That had to be it. I started the car, hands shaking as I navigated toward the nearest point marked Old Mill Trail. The rain slowed to a drizzle, but the forest grew thicker, the road narrower and rougher. My headlights caught something ahead, a weathered wooden sign half covered in moss. Old Mill Trail, it read, barely legible. I turned onto the dirt path, tires crunching over loose gravel. The scent of wet wood and earth grew stronger. I noticed fresh footprints in the mud, too large and irregular to be mine. Someone had been here recently. I tried to follow the tracks, but the trail twisted and forked unpredictably. A sudden breeze carried the faint odor of smoke, but I couldn't tell if it was from a campfire or something else. Then I saw it, a small clearing with a dilapidated shack, its paint peeling and windows boarded up. The door hung crooked, creaking in the wind. I parked and stepped out. The ground was soft, sinking slightly beneath my boots. I approached the shack cautiously, the wooden planks groaning under my weight. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and mildew. Broken furniture lay scattered, and I spotted a faded calendar on the wall, its pages stuck on a month 2 years past. Something about the place unsettled me, like it had been abandoned suddenly. On a rickety table, I found a notebook, its pages yellowed and damp. Flipping through, I saw hurried scribbles of coordinates, names, times. A log of some sort. Someone had been tracking movements, maybe people passing through. The last entry was dated just 3 days ago. I felt a cold prickle run down my spine. Whoever had been here wasn't gone for long. Suddenly, a sound from outside made me jump, a low murmur, voices, indistinct but close. I crouched by the doorway, peering out. 2 figures stood near the edge of the clearing, faces obscured by shadows. They spoke in low tones, glancing toward the shack. One said, "He's still around. We can't let him get away." A chill spread through me. I wasn't alone. And they weren't here for a friendly chat. I backed away silently, heart pounding harder than ever. The forest had turned from a confusing maze into a trap, and I was the prey. As I slipped back into the car, the notebook clutched in my hand, the headlights caught their eyes, cold, calculating, watching. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I had to get out. Fast. But the road behind me was gone, replaced by darkness. The map in my lap mocked me. I was deeper in the forest now, lost and hunted. The car's interior was thick with the smell of damp fabric and something faintly metallic, maybe the notebook's ink or the coppery tang of old blood settling in the air. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. The map lay spread across my lap, its creases sharp as a folded paper trap. I had stared at it so long that the faded lines seemed to blur and shift, mocking me with their uselessness. The road behind me was gone. Literally gone. Not just on the map, but in front of my headlights. The asphalt had crumbled into gravel, then dirt, then nothing but a fading trail swallowed by undergrowth. I wanted to tell myself this was some weird trick of the forest, light and shadow playing games, but no. I knew better. There was something deliberate about this. About the roads disappearing, the landmarks moving like ghosts, the terrain bending in ways no natural geography should. And those two men outside, they weren't lost. They were waiting, watching for me to make a move. I tried the door handle. Locked. The windows wouldn't roll down. The car was a cage, and I was inside it, trapped and exposed. A sudden scrape of branches against metal made me jump. I glanced to the side, saw a figure standing just beyond the edge of the clearing, half hidden by trees. His face was shadowed, but I caught the glint of something in his eyes, sharp, patient, calculating. No panic. No urgency. Just a quiet menace. "You can't go back." His voice was low, calm, almost conversational. "Not anymore." I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. "Why?" I managed, voice hoarse. He stepped closer, and then I saw the other man emerge behind him, both moving like ghosts in the dark. "Because this place doesn't let you. Not once you're in." The words hit me like a punch. It wasn't just the forest or the lost roads. It was them. These men. They were the reason the map was useless. The reason the roads dissolved into nothing. They controlled the terrain, or at least manipulated it enough to trap anyone foolish enough to wander in. But why? What did they want from me? I glanced down at the notebook, still clutched tight in my hand. The entries didn't just describe the place, they hinted at something else. Something darker. The last notes had been hurried, almost frantic, mentioning the network, the watchers, and no one escapes. Whoever had been here before me had found the same truth. And paid a price. I tried the ignition again. The engine caught, a weak sputter, then died. The car wasn't going anywhere. I had one choice: leave the safety of the car and face whatever lurked outside, or stay trapped and wait for them to make the next move. The forest was silent now. The men had stopped speaking. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and ragged in the quiet. Then a sound. A soft, deliberate tapping on the windshield. I froze. My eyes darted to the glass. A single finger traced a slow circle, steady and deliberate. No fear. No anger. Just a message I couldn't decode. I swallowed the lump in my throat and unbuckled my seatbelt. The air outside smelled colder, sharper, like the first bite of frost before winter. I grabbed the notebook and stepped out, the gravel crunching beneath my boots. They were waiting, just as before, faces unreadable in the dim light. "You shouldn't have come here," the taller one said. "But now that you're here, you're part of it." "What is it?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "Why trap people?" He smiled, a slow, unsettling curl of the lips. "Because some things have to stay hidden. Some roads can't lead anywhere. And some people need to be taught the truth. The forest around us seemed to close in, branches creaking overhead, shadows deepening. I realized then that the threat wasn't just the men or the vanishing roads. It was the knowledge that I had crossed a line. The point of no return. There was no getting out, not without their permission. I looked down at the notebook again. The last entry wasn't just a warning. It was a confession. And now, I was the next chapter. My fingers trembled as I closed the notebook, the weight of those words pressing down on me like a stone. The confession had been meant to stay buried, a secret folded into the soil beneath these ancient trees. But now it was alive, pulsing in my veins like a dark heartbeat. I could feel eyes watching me from the shadows, unseen but unmistakably present. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, it was a sentinel, an enclosure holding me captive. I took a step forward, trying to steady my breathing. Each crunch of fallen leaves underfoot echoed louder than it should. The air grew colder, and a suffocating silence wrapped itself around me, broken only by a distant, eerie rustle. Something moved just beyond the edge of my vision, swift and deliberate. Panic surged, but I forced myself to think. If escape was impossible without permission, then perhaps compliance was my only path, at least for now. But what did they want from me? The notebook hinted at a purpose, a role I was destined to play. Was I to be a messenger, or a prisoner? The thought twisted in my gut like an item. I glanced back toward the path I had come, but it had already disappeared into the undergrowth, swallowed whole by the forest's hunger. Ahead, the darkness thickened, promising secrets that I wasn't sure I wanted to uncover. Still, I moved deeper into the shadows, driven by a mixture of fear and resolve. Somewhere in this tangled maze lay the truth, dangerous, irresistible. And I was the only one left to find it. The darkness pressed in from all sides as I stepped deeper into the forest's grasp. Behind me, the path had vanished, swallowed by the undergrowth as if it had never existed. I turned once, twice, searching for a landmark, a familiar shape, but the trees stood like silent sentinels, indifferent to my plight. The notebook, that cryptic bundle of scribbles and half-memories, burned a hole in my jacket pocket. Its pages had promised answers, but so far all I'd found were questions deeper than the shadows themselves. A rustle to my left made me freeze. I caught my breath, straining to hear past the usual forest noises, the distant drip of water, the faint scuttle of small creatures. This was different. Deliberate. Human. Hello? My voice cracked, a whisper swallowed immediately by the dense air. No reply. Just the rustle again, closer this time, like fabric brushing against bark. I thought about running, but where? The map was useless, every route twisted and doubled back, landmarks shifting like mirages. It was as if the forest rearranged itself around me, a living puzzle with no solution. Panic nibbled at the edges of my mind, but I swallowed it down. I couldn't lose control now. Look, I don't want trouble, I said, voice steadier, though I felt the sweat forming at my hairline. If you're out here, just show yourself. Silence. Then, a faint voice, low and cautious. You shouldn't have come this far. I spun toward the sound, heart slamming against my ribs. There was a figure, half hidden behind a tree, their face obscured by shadow, features sharp and unreadable. I couldn't tell if they were friend or foe, but their presence was a line drawn in the dirt. I was trespassing, and now I'd been caught. What is this place? I asked, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Why won't the roads let me leave? The figure didn't answer at once. Instead, they stepped forward, revealing a face weathered beyond its years, eyes dark and unblinking. You're inside the loop now, they said, voice rough like gravel. Maps lie. Roads disappear. If you don't move on their terms, you stay lost. I swallowed hard. Who are you? What do you want from me? A bitter laugh escaped them. Want? Nothing. But this place has its own rules. You don't get to choose. I backed away slowly, trying to keep my eyes on them, but the forest seemed to close in, branches snagging my jacket, roots tripping my feet. The ground beneath me felt less solid, almost like it wanted to swallow me whole. Listen, I said, voice rising despite myself. I need to get out. There's someone who's waiting, someone who'll come looking for me. They shook their head, face hardening. No one comes here. Not really. Something in their tone made my stomach twist. This wasn't a warning, it was a verdict. I don't understand, I said, voice cracking. Why me? Why now? They looked away, the flicker of a memory crossing their features. Because you saw. The words were almost inaudible. Because you don't belong. Before I could ask what that meant, the figure stepped back into the shadows, merging with the trees like smoke. The rustling stopped. The silence returned, heavier than before. I was alone. Cold sweat pulled at my temples. The notebook in my pocket suddenly felt heavier, like it was filled with stones instead of pages. I pulled it out, flipping through the scrawled notes, hoping for a clue, a direction, anything. A phrase caught my eye, something I hadn't noticed before. They watch. Always. A shiver crawled down my spine. Was it the figure? Or someone else? The forest felt alive now, not just with wildlife, but with something else. Eyes in the dark. Waiting. I forced myself to move, footsteps cautious, ears straining for any sound beyond the ordinary. The temperature dropped again, breath fogging in front of me. Branches snapped somewhere off to the right, a warning or a lure. I couldn't tell. My mind raced. Was I losing it? The isolation was already fraying my nerves, twisting reality into something unrecognizable. But the evidence was there, the missing roads, the shifting landmarks, the impossible silence. It was all real. I needed a plan. Something concrete. There was a faint light flickering ahead, barely visible through the thick trees. Maybe a cabin? Or a campsite? Hope sparked, sharp and sudden. I moved toward it, careful not to make noise. As I neared, I caught the smell of smoke, fresh, not long extinguished. Someone had been here recently. The light wasn't from fire, though. It was electric, weak and pulsing like a lantern powered by a dying battery. I edged closer, heart pounding, senses alert. The ground beneath my feet was soft, mossy, and the air smelled damp and earthy, with a hint of something metallic, blood. I forced the thought away. No, not yet. A voice whispered from inside the small clearing, hoarse and urgent. You shouldn't be here. I ducked behind a fallen log, breath shallow. The figure stepped into the light, hands raised, not in greeting, but as if to show they weren't a threat. Look, I'm just trying to find my way out, I said, voice low. Can you help me? They hesitated, eyes scanning the trees. Help? You don't get help in here. Why? I pressed, edging forward despite the pit tightening in my stomach. Because the forest doesn't want you to leave. And the people who live here, they don't like strangers. A cold realization settled over me. This wasn't just about losing my way. It was about being trapped, hunted even, by people who knew the land better than I ever would. Suddenly, a twig snapped behind me. I whirled around, but the shadows swallowed whatever had made the sound. My pulse hammered in my ears, every nerve screaming to run, but my legs felt leaden. The figure in front of me stepped closer, voice dropping to a harsh whisper. You need to decide. Stay and play their game, or run and become part of the forest. Part of the forest? I echoed, swallowing hard. They gave a grim smile. You don't want to be part of it. Trust me. The night seemed to close tighter. The trees bent in, branches like grasping fingers. I could hear faint, distant voices, whispers carried on the wind, barely audible but unmistakable. They weren't far. I had to move. Now. Wait, I said, suddenly desperate. Who are they? Who are the people you're talking about? The stranger's eyes flicked toward the shadows. They're the ones who keep the loop turning. The ones who make sure no one leaves. They've been watching you since you stepped off the road. A sudden crack echoed through the trees, sharp and close. The stranger's eyes widened, and they shoved me toward a narrow path barely visible among the underbrush. Go, they hissed. Don't look back. The sky was a pale smear of gray when I finally saw the outline of the highway beyond the last bend. It wasn't the neat, familiar ribbon of asphalt I'd expected. Instead, it looked cracked and abandoned, edges eaten away by grass that refused to be tamed. I hesitated for a moment, listening. The wind was soft but persistent, threading through the broken trees like a whispered warning. No cars. No voices. Just the occasional rustle of dry leaves tumbling over each other. I stepped forward, the gravel crunching underfoot, a sound so loud in the stillness it felt like shouting. The map in my hand was useless now, its neat lines and labels mocking me with their certainty. They didn't match what I'd seen or what I'd lived through. Every turn I'd taken had led deeper into this wilderness, where roads vanished, signs pointed nowhere, and landmarks shifted like the ground itself was trying to erase me. That was no accident. It couldn't be. I sank down on the cracked shoulder, the coarse gravel biting through my jeans. The air smelled faintly of damp earth and something more sour, like old leaves rotting under a heavy rain that never came. I pulled my jacket tighter, though the day was warm. It was the chill inside me, the part that had settled in my chest and wouldn't leave. Maybe I was finally close to giving out. Or maybe the forest was just biding its time. I glanced again at the map, tracing the faded ink with a finger. The lines curved and looped, but none of it matched the roads I'd found. The roads weren't just disappearing, they were deliberately shifted, replaced by nothing. I should have felt relief, standing on a recognizable road again, but instead, it felt like the trap snapping closed. Why me? I muttered, voice cracking. The sound startled me. No one to hear it but the trees and the wind. That was the worst part, how alone I was. No one coming to save me. No one even knowing I was lost here. I thought back to the faces I'd seen, brief, shadowed figures that vanished whenever I looked directly at them. The man with the crooked smile by the old barn, the woman who watched silently from behind a cracked window. None of them had spoken, but their presence had been a weight pressing down on me, a reminder that the wilderness wasn't the only danger. I swallowed hard, tasting dryness and something bitter at the back of my tongue. Hunger gnawed me, but more than that, I was starved for clarity. For truth. For something solid in this shifting nightmare. A soft sound broke the silence. At first, I thought it was the wind again, but then it came closer, footsteps, deliberate and slow. I froze, muscles tensing like a spring. My mind raced through every possibility, every story I'd ever heard about people lost in places too wild to be mapped. Not every danger was a beast or a storm. Sometimes, the worst threats walked on two legs. The footsteps stopped just beyond the edge of the trees. I could hear breathing, calm, controlled, but close enough to make my skin prickle. I held my breath, heart pounding in my ears. Hey, A voice called out, low and steady. "You okay?" I blinked against the sudden light of a flashlight beam slicing through the gloom. A man stepped forward, not more than a few yards away. His clothes were worn but clean, and his eyes held something like cautious relief. I wanted to say no, to keep the walls up, but my voice came out hoarse and weak. I think so." He nodded slowly. "You've been out here a while. Been following the roads?" "I tried," I said. "But the roads, they don't match the maps. Things keep changing." He glanced around, then crouched down beside me. "You're lucky you found this spot. The network out here, it confuses people. It's not natural." "What do you mean?" He hesitated, then spoke in a low voice, as if the trees themselves might be listening. "People. Locals know. There's someone out here who's been messing with the signs, shifting the trail markers, hiding the real roads. It's a way to keep people from leaving, or from finding what's really out here." I swallowed hard, the knot tightening in my stomach. "Why? Who?" He shrugged, but his eyes darkened. "No one you want to meet. Keeps the area to himself. Doesn't want outsiders poking around." I thought of the strange figures, the silent watchers, of the way the forest seemed to tilt and warp with every step. "How do you know all this?" He smiled faintly. "I'm one of the few who's been trapped and got out. Took me months to figure it out. Took me longer to get help." He looked me over, then stood. "You're lucky. I can get you out of here." I hesitated. Trust was a luxury I hadn't been able to afford lately. But the thought of wandering forever, lost to the shifting woods, was worse. "Okay," I said finally. "Lead the way." We moved carefully, the man's flashlight cutting a narrow path through the thick underbrush. He explained as we went, pointing out the subtle clues, the fake signs nailed to trees, the roads that started but disappeared into nothing. The deeper we went, the more the wilderness seemed to push back, thickening around us, almost alive in its resistance. Hours passed. Every step felt heavier, but with every mile, the air changed. The scent of pine grew stronger, mingling with the faint smell of smoke and distant fuel. I could hear the low hum of engines far away, the unmistakable sound of civilization. Then, suddenly, we broke through the last line of trees and onto a real road. Not cracked or overgrown. A real road, buzzing with life. I stood there, blinking in the harsh lights of passing cars, the noise washing over me like a wave. I was back. Not just in the world, but in a place where the maps meant something again. The man looked down at me, a tired smile creasing his face. "You made it." I nodded, but the weight inside me hadn't lifted entirely. I'd escaped the trap, but the memory of those disappearing roads, the shifting landmarks, and the silent watchers would stay with me. I knew that now. "Thank you," I said quietly. "For everything." He waved it off. "Just don't come back. That place isn't for anyone who wants to leave." We parted ways there, each stepping into the night that felt suddenly less hostile. I found a payphone and called the police, explaining where I was and what I'd been through. Their voices were calm, professional, but beneath it all, I could hear relief. Later, sitting in a crowded diner with a hot coffee warming my hands, I tried to make sense of everything. The forest, the lost roads, the man who'd helped me escape. I thought about the silent watchers, the unseen danger lurking just out of sight.